Let's see if we can process that onto the connection. It says no data, but hopefully that will change any second now. Now it says excellent. We'll see if thumbnail emerges. There we are. That's a good sign. Let's see now if we can. Oh, see that if it provides us an echo. Hopefully that will change any second now. Now we have an echo. I love the echo. Now, for once. Okay, with that, very small act on your part, but it's life or death to Team Dietrich. Please upvote. Hit that upvote. Click that upvote with all your might. And with that, we're going to try and go to call. We're going to hit the button that brings us to infinite call, and then the audio. And then we're going to see if we get a response. Oh, always a miracle that I get here at all, and of course, back to another crisis. So we're going to need help from our listeners to pay my Google account, which I, honest to God, thought they had already taken the money out of the card. Okay, we're going to go straight to Aristides, who will explain the situation to the best of his ability when he's ready. If you need a few minutes, let me know, and I'll just easily hold the stage for a little bit. How are you feeling?
Okay, couple minutes. Couple minutes here.
Let's see if you're registering. Okay, looks like you're registering. Yeah.
Okay. I'll tell everybody to hit the thumbs up.
Yes.
Upvote.
Yes.
Yep.
T-Tank Berry says loud and clear, brother. God bless you, T-Tank Berry. Honestly, at the moment, if you weren't here to tell me that, I would have no idea. So let's give T-Tank Berry a nice big loving hug. And okay, here we are. Love and hugs. Love and hugs, T-Tank Berry. So to everyone, our man Aristides will explain more. But he actually, he's not going to be able to explain more than I can, but he'll do his part to emphasize the urgency of the situation. Basically, what happens is through a horrific convergence of whatever circumstances or synchronicity, every year in June and July, I get hit with everything. Everything hits in terms of bills, and I've already paid everything early to make certain that I wouldn't be taken, and I still get taken. So my Google One, my basic 100 gigabyte plan, needs to be renewed once a year, and it's 20 fucking bucks. And that, believe it or not, my card does not have that on it. In fact, that should be all too easy to believe that the card in question does not have that on it, and there's no point in going in the system and changing the payment information. Rather, the most important thing to do is load the card, and hopefully they'll hit it again. I have no idea otherwise how to inform Google that there's money on the card once money is in it, but I need money in it. 25 United States dollars. And this is because I had to pay my Marine Corps life insurance, which is basically 300 bucks. I had to renew my Bluehost. I think it's Bluehost. That's my website management. And that's basically well over $400. That's about half a grand right there once a year. And I had to renew everything else, and all of it hits once a year, and when it hits hard. Yet I managed to stay ahead of all of it, and the deadline was approaching for the Google One payment, and I could have sworn, because they all hit you early, they all go into your card and they just take it as soon as they can, well before the deadline where they say they're going to renew it. I always get that. They'll just reach in like days before you're supposed to renew, weeks before you're supposed to renew, and they'll just start probing. And in a sense, that's a good thing, because it reminds you if your card is empty to try and fill it. But in this case, they hit on the exact day of the deadline, which I thought they had hit it already. And this is because I get notifications every month that my bills were paid with no problem by withdrawal from my PayPal card for Microsoft. So with that confusion and the other payments that I make with the card, usually this is done quite easily, all through the largesse of my marquee benefactress, and my marquee benefactress is Brooke Hagberg in Canada. And she loads the card at the end of every month for this very reason, 100 United States dollars. And it usually can cover the $37 for the paratransit, the $10 for the Microsoft, and it would also cover easily the $20 for the once a year Google bill. Only this year, having paid everything else off, it was just, even staring at it on my calendar that the due date was today, I had been convinced, because I got the notifications for everyone else and all my other all and sundry bills, that they had all been paid without a problem, that it had been paid. I was thinking that subconsciously and was using my card, of all things, for shopping. Necessities, of course, water, beer and Coke, along with various foodstuffs. Now the card is empty, and we need a quarter of 100 United States dollars. We need $25 immediately. Load it into my card. So please, everybody, do participate and load. That's the PayPal production card. Just paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. And so we need 25 United States dollars, because 5 of it will automatically be stolen by Peter Thiel's successors at PayPal. And then the remaining 20 will go to Google. Hopefully they just hit it again before their 7-day deadline. Or my life ends on the basis of an oversight. Literally, it's I have so many bills, like any adult, it's hard to keep track of. This is why people get married. This is why I ultimately need a mature partner. By that I mean someone who has maturity as opposed to myself. All right. Well, that being said, you feel like you can, do a little blurb, Aristides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But first I'm putting the link to the production PayPal in the chat, and that might facilitate someone sending you the money for the Google thing.
Yes, thank you. And with everybody listening, let's just hope that people respond. Always important, and it's always life or death. Douglas Marks has joined us. Hey, everyone, I hope all is well. I have a question for you, team leader. What is the best advice you have ever received? If I've ever received any good advice, I've never followed it. So that's my answer. It's at this convergence of crises, it's the furthest thing from my mind is being able to articulate something so nuanced. So all of that being said, we're going to count on our listeners to save the day. And with that, let me, if you're ready.
That should be there.
Yeah. Great. Good.
Yeah. Well, the link's there.
Excellent. Excellent. Bless you.
And
Yes.
the explanation, because you just put a link in the chat. When somebody looks, how the hell are they going to know what it is?
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Like if they didn't just hear you, what if they show up in 2 minutes? And,
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. The link to not the one we normally put. Normally I put the personal one, but the Google fee is tied to the production account. So Douglas needs your contribution, a small contribution to that account. A large one would be fine, but a small one to cover the Google.
Yes, you're more than welcome to contribute more if you have it.
Yeah. Well, until this is resolved, let's just plug that one and not the other, the normal account.
Yes.
Or
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Fee, taxes be damned. All right. Settling down here.
Excellent.
At the computer. And as we said, apart from all that, I figured we covered the money part up front, instead of all the other stuff we usually do. And right now, there's a specific thing, but in general, Douglas needs your contributions to continue to operate and live and do this, do his job, which is this, and it is his rightful job, as stated under the arrangement of his working disabled program, and his salary is $0 plus tips, which is your contributions. So even a waitress probably does better.
Well, that goes without saying.
Yeah.
Yes, waitresses clean up. Yeah,
Yeah.
they really do.
Yeah.
That's
And they even probably even get a nice smack on the ass, and he doesn't even get that. So.
Well, sometimes they get that all too often, but yes.
Well, not at work. And
Yeah, thank God.
not at this job. Not at this job.
Yeah, not at this job, at least.
Ian Douglas sits alone in his home and needs your contributions for things there, like something to drink that isn't toxic.
That's right.
Like the San Francisco tap water, filtered, ever so carefully filtered through dead bodies and other leaky pipes in the unmarked graves under the residence in which he lives.
Yes, that's why I was kind of going to protest when you said Douglas sits at home. You don't call this a home, this is a crypt.
Right.
Which is
Well,
a storage facility, basically a glorified storage facility. But all such being said, a little fairness here. I do want people to know that because we violated the Native American sacred grounds in the Greater Bay Area and dammed or whatever we did, we tapped the Hetchy Hetchy Reservoir. And we have actually some of the highest water standards in the world. And generally speaking, San Francisco, almost more than anywhere else on Earth, you get the cleanest water straight out of the tap. That is not the case in my home for all the reasons our man, Mr. Aristides, has just articulated. We don't want to delve too deeply into that. It's historical. It's a historical fact. San Francisco is full of graveyards where bodies have had to be relocated because of the gold rush days, the mass murders, mass graves. Burial plots are everywhere. And Russian Hill is one of them. Okay, so all such being said, I live what is it? The Bronte sisters. Bronte sisters live near a well that was in the vicinity of a cemetery where all of the leakage from the cadavers polluted the well. I guess that gives me a kind of literary parallel in terms of my experience. Let's just put it that way. And with that, we go back to Aristides.
All right. Well, all the more reason Douglas needs to purchase things he can drink confidently, and some food that actually has some taste.
Yes.
Unlike the Meals on Wheels, which I assume is pretty bland.
Good man. Yes.
Bland food-like material.
Some good spots in it, but it's like that's like bacon in salad. It's too rare to make it count. But go on.
Right. So yes, he needs your help generally, and today for something specific, but always general. And so keep that in mind. But today use that link right there to send money. And as we said, hit the thumbs up vote as soon as you show up. You should know that if you've been here at all, and reason being not just to show your support, but this does influence the YouTube algorithm, and that affects how Douglas's reach and how likely he is to be show up in search or suggested content, etc. And therefore to maintain his listenership and make his living. So, and more importantly, because there are, although they're hidden, there are downvotes placed by certain parties in certain ways, by bots, a few bots, but what is it? It's like less than 10 or something. So we need a good at least 10 solid upvotes to even cancel that out.
Thank you. Yes.
To get back to zero, or else,
Yes.
yeah, or else the algorithm is just going to think, this all is not, you know, prioritized. Let's put it that way. So
yeah, it's
hit
all
that
a
upvote.
popularity contest. It's disgusting.
It's everything. There was some meme I had where I gotta find it. Where it was like it was I think someone did a take on one of the old cartoons. People are doing that these days from the old classic cartoons where the guys explain to his son everything is just a version of gambling or fraud. You know? Yeah.
Pretty much.
I'm not sure what won the popularity contest is here.
A combination of both.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So hit the upvote, and you need to be logged in to do that. That's how YouTube is. It's not such a bad thing because it does keep some controls on the malicious things that people can do. So if you're not logged in, you need to do that. If you've never done that before, having a Gmail would seem to be the most easy, direct way because they're the same company as YouTube, and that gets you in right there, I think. If you have a Gmail, you can log in with it, or you can make one, or I'm sure YouTube will let you make an account with some other email, but there might be some, it might be less direct. I don't know, because I just sign in with my Gmail. So once you do that, you can hit your little account thing up in the corner and see your account functions there. And then there's something under that says switch account, where you can actually add other logins, Gmails, etc. And the cool thing is, once you add them, they can all upvote separately. So one person can vote more than once. This is the only place you can do that, the Dietrich democracy. So take advantage, have fun, and do that, because you can't do that anywhere else, just on principle, right?
That's right. You certainly can't do it in the United States, where your vote is canceled out by an electoral college.
Yeah.
No.
So even if you don't want to go to that length, if you just have one login under that same spot there, switch account or something like that, in the menu, you can create channels underneath your account. And what that is that allows, when you just have a YouTube account, it doesn't mean you're ready to publish. You actually have to make a channel to do that, which is its own little identity subordinate to your account, but those also can do their own upvoting. So that's another way, and you don't have to publish anything, put anything on it. You just make a dummy channel, and yeah, it's no big deal. There's no fees. There's no fuss or muss. I think you can just make it. And you could put content there if you wanted. You don't have to. And then, so you could do a few of those, and just as soon as you get on, sounds like a lot, but once it's set up, it's just a couple clicks to switch between and upvote, and then switch back to the one you normally use. There you go. So, like, subscribe, share, get to all these. If you see should be subscribed once you're logged in, you can subscribe to the channel here with your account. If you see a button that says subscribe, that means you're not. So you want to hit that and be subscribed. If you don't see it, and especially if you've done so in the past, it could be because you're subscribed, but you'll want to go to the main channel page at some point. Do not click out of the window right now, and his name there in blue, that's the link to the name, the main channel page. You can either open a new tab if you're confident doing that, or check later. Don't just straight click on it though, because you'll leave the live right now. But if you go to his channel there, it will definitively show you your subscription status there. So it should say subscribe, and then the notification bell, little bell icon that you see in either spot, you should click that and select all, and that gives a little pop-up on your device when the program starts. So that's very useful. It's a reminder. It shows you presumably you're still subscribed, and it gets you here direct. So even I use it. You don't have to open up a favorites or anything like that, or click and search. It just boom, just press on the pop up when it pops up, and here you are. So turn that on, hit all. Makes a little for me. It makes these little lines, emphasis lines around the bell, like it's really ringing a lot, but it'll only be 2 times a week. So, a lot better than everything else that you got to X out of and click on, and hardly an effort. So compared to all that, and look at what you get for it. So do that. Like, subscribe, participate by in the live chat or in the comments under the window that will be enabled after the program. That is important too. That should especially help the algorithm. And you want to upvote comments that are there, even if you're a little shy to say anything. Just please at least upvote all the comments there. Who cares if they're good or not? YouTube doesn't know. Upvote all the comments, especially Douglas's that he always puts there with his crucial contact and payment information, because if that is downvoted and not upvoted, it can go away. So that's why Douglas likes his own comment. At least you get one in there. So let's get a few more on those. So you can do that right now if you're listening in the replay, which is what the live will become once it's done. So so comment, upvote comments. What else? Share. If you want to share the link to the program, the YouTube link, it's the same link during the live and the replay after. So it's not 2 different ones, it's the same one. So if you grab it now, you can hit the share button there below the window. That will generate it, a thing where you can grab it or share it to various platforms. It's the same thing. You can grab it out of the browser bar. But I think clicking the share button also helps YouTube feel a little bit there. Because I don't think they see you copying out of the browser bar, but they sure know you press that button. Right? So press that, grab the link, share it anywhere, everywhere you can. Chats, emails, text, anywhere you can think of. Print out QR codes, tape them up at the anywhere that's legal to tape up, pin up materials. You don't want to get in trouble. Or somewhere where nobody will know, and therefore, right? Nobody knows. There's no cameras in the public bathroom, so put it in the stall there, and put something enticing there. Maybe this picture right here that he's got for the maybe put that on there also. It looks pretty. People be like, oh, what is that? Somebody will certainly tune in for that. It looks very alluring.
You're too gracious.
Whatever you can think of to share that link, please do. So,
yes.
So especially to a mass of people, or specifically to people that might be interested.
Yes.
Yeah. Or spam it, or just spam it everywhere. Okay. Send it to your post it on Facebook. Send it to your boomer uncle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Right.
So yeah. So all such having been articulated, I'm trying to multitask here, and
what else? Like, subscribe, share. Contribute.
Yes, always.
That is most of the things. Oh, also when you're in the account menu, make sure restricted mode is off, because if the content gets automatically labeled age restricted, you won't be able to listen and view it. So what else? Yeah, contribute. PayPal is the direct way to do so. But other ways, figure it out, especially the more money it is you want to contribute, the faster we will figure it out. such as, oh, well, if, let's see. Let me see, if you click on that link, that just goes to the main thing. But if you go to the website, douglasdietrich.com, say you have a Venmo, you want to use money in your Venmo, you want to go to the his website, which you should at least have seen before, especially if you want to get at that donate button there. Or if you don't have PayPal and you have a credit or debit card, more almost everybody has that, even if they don't have a PayPal. You want to go to that donate button in the upper right hand corner. It's in yellow with the credit card icons below it, not the one in the middle. That's the
decoy button. Yeah, practice button for masturbation. Yes.
Practice, yeah. help you go through the motions of doing the act of clicking to commit to donating. But then when you're ready, you click the yellow one there, and that gives you a little menu that the direct link does not. At least we have that, and that gives you a little menu to his production account, the same one he needs the money in for the Google fee this time. Has an option there for Venmo. You can pay with Venmo, or where it says donate with debit or credit card, you do not need to be signed into PayPal to do that. You only have to have the card. And then again, donate with PayPal is the same production account. But especially if you don't have a PayPal and you just have a card, you want to go there. So let's put the website in the chat. Get back there. Website there. So, it's your other option if you just have this type of card. If not, you're a cash only type person. Hey, we don't need to know your business. But it'd be great if you went to the post office and got a pretty big money order and put Douglas' name on it and send it to him. If you want to send anything in the physical mail, you should probably shoot him an email to let him know that something is on its way, so he does not miss it, including money order, check of any kind from any person, as long as it clears. We're going to assume that it was okay for you to do that. Little check from grandma's money market account, anything. Just write his name on there. You don't have to put the amount. He can fill that in. But if you're gonna send anything in the mail, loose cash is not a good idea. Things happen. So if that's the case, wrap it up and tape it tight in something rigid card or something, or better yet, in a care package of snacks or goodies. He likes to get those and bury it in there.
Well, that's the least of our worries right now. Let's concentrate on just the money. We don't need to worry about care packages.
Right. Well, I mean, it's enough, to hide that cash, especially a large amount, it's it's buried in there amongst little snacks, nobody be the wiser. And it's gonna say don't put jerky in there, because when the cash sniffing dogs are well trained, but I think when they smell jerky, they might forget about the cash. Anyway, you get it. But if you're going to send something physically in the mail, send him an email there. Just put that in there, DouglasDwayneDietrich@gmail, to let him know you want to send something, so it's not missed. All right. I think that's good for all that.
Yes.
We can look at the title of the program and see if there's, I see 1, 2 asterisk spots there. Those are referred to footnotes in the description, which you should click on and open up. Sometimes it's quite lengthy, but there's always something neat there to look at as far as what Doug wants to acknowledge for this time. So we got a couple there, and let's see, this time they're buried in there. Sometimes they're separately broken out, depending. But let's see, what do they refer to here? We definitely want to expand that description and look at it. I am now attempting, or maybe you can explain. 48th Annual San Francisco Union Street Summer Festival Fair.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, well, that sounds exciting.
Yeah, that was during the weekend. Yes, it was right
Italian,
by my home. It's right by my crypt. Right by my crypt.
Really,
both of them in a sense, but especially Union Street. Yes, that was basically on my street, so to speak. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, right up the street. But go on. Yeah.
Wow. How about that? Block party. Yeah.
Yes.
And Italian Heritage Fest and Parade. So, did you go to that?
Yes, it's cute.
Yeah.
Have to maintain cultural awareness for the lads that I tutor, and that's and historically, I do want people to know this was the day the Japanese invaded America. They landed in the Aleutian Islands of United States territory in Alaska, and stayed there for the next several years, about 3 to 4 years, occupying United States territory. Yes, and over at least 1/4, probably more, 25% of all American war materials and manpower went into trying to dislodge the Japanese from Alaska. And this is what made the Pacific War last much longer, and it completely devastated America's ability to bomb Japan from the United States. Otherwise, with the range of bombers in those days, America could easily have bombed Japan from Alaska. And they had, of course, facilities that already existed, but they could have easily built more on the Aleutian Islands and bombed Japan just directly, literally from the United States to Japan via the Aleutian Islands was like nothing. So it was imperative the Japanese occupy the Aleutian Islands, and when they did, the Americans were then deprived of the ability to bomb Japan from the United States, and they had to conduct this extraordinarily costly island hopping campaign. They'll propagandize it and excise all of the reason why they did this. People just take it for granted. Oh, okay, America had to invade island after island to reach Japan. Well, they had to do that because the Japanese occupied the Aleutian Island chain of Alaska, and that's what forced the Americans to do that. Meanwhile, America had to put all of its manpower in attempting to retake those islands. And to do that, had to build the Trans-American Highway, meaning it had to build a road through Canada. So they had to build a road all the way from America through Canada up into Alaska. This involved black labor battalions, white labor. They were segregated, of course, in those days. And it involved, ultimately, combat. So by the time they were able to connect through Canada, this highway for men and materials, then the emperor gave the order to, on the islands of Attu and Kiska, the two major islands from which the Japanese were shooting down all the American planes who attempted to bomb Japan via that route. The Japanese had total control of the airspace, so the Americans couldn't bomb via Alaska, but doesn't mean they didn't try. But they were unable to do so. They were unable to defeat the Japanese flak barrier that prevented them from doing that. They had to later on develop more long-distance bombers, but they're still taking off from islands in the Pacific that had to be won by enormously costly invasions. When they began to invade their own territory, the Americans, to retake it, on one of the islands, both of them saw heavy combat. But on one of the islands, the emperor gave the order to fight to the death. And so the Japanese stood and held ground and fought to the death. And then the emperor gave the order for the other island, the other major island which the Japanese occupied, a total retreat in the night, a stealth retreat where they vacated by submarine. And everyone thought they still occupied the island. And then the emperor sat back and laughed while the Canadians and the Americans invaded and slaughtered each other. So hundreds and hundreds of Americans and Canadians killed each other, thinking that they were Japanese. invading from both sides of that other island. So the strategy just altogether, the Americans were able to deploy only one single army division throughout the Pacific War, certainly the early stages, meaning 3 years of the war were lost because of the Japanese occupying the United States of America's territory. There's no American that knows this. You get these extraordinarily fragmented reports on this campaign, and they never present it in context. And it was the whole reason the Battle of Midway was fought, was to get the Americans to chase down Japan's carriers while the Japanese invaded Alaska. And they never mentioned that part of the Midway campaign. They always say, oh, this was this devastating campaign against the Japanese where they lost their carriers and were unable to project power in the Pacific. It was a worthy sacrifice for forcing America to engage in a costly island hopping campaign and extend the war by 3 years. Again, the Americans were limited to one army division in the Pacific throughout any period of time, just rotating manpower, because all of the rest of their army on the western coast was based on trying to construct this highway through Canada to retake Alaska. And again, something Americans are told nothing about. And when you look it up, you'll find everything I say is true, but it'll all be fragmented and there'll be no dots connected. And none of it will make any sense. And of course, the Japanese will humor Americans. And they'll just say, when they're asked to write about it, they'll literally contribute exactly what the Americans want to hear. And they'll just say, oh, it was a peripheral campaign and nothing was gained from it and all this stuff. And obviously it's a lie. And anybody who has any sense, modicum of military sensibility would know that. But the Americans have to maintain a propaganda campaign for their own population. So they often will, it's not too often, but it happens once in a while, they'll just consult some Japanese person who will just tell them what they want to hear. And so all of that being articulated, I didn't really put that into the title because it's one of these things that I used to concentrate on a lot more. Will someday concentrate back on again. But right now, what's really important for all of us is current events. And even though we can't comprehend those current events without the context of history, it's like a lot of people like Stephen Myers, understandably, a lot of these people want me to go into the occult again, and that they say, oh, I'd like to know more about the powers and forces behind history. It's look at where that got us for years, where we were just talking about history first. I covered that, then the occult, and we were stuck with these madmen who were just obsessive, whether it was history or the occult. Just obsessive madmen who were just regurgitating everything I said monotonously, and for no productive reason. It's the end result is we're all dealing with emergencies right now, a polycrisis, a convergence of crises that is going to result ultimately, I can guarantee you this, worldwide, billions of deaths. When we've got these people out here chasing egregores and regurgitating historical points like they're parrots, in either case, I'm just over it for now. You know, we can always get back to that when we've handled these current topics, these current problems. Once we've handled these current crises, yes, then we can tell people in a more stabilized state how we got here, how we got to this point. So all of that being said, back to Aristides, and yeah, so in that sense, it's more of a lighthearted text today, where I'm just referring to the holidays that that made my tutoring a bit more of a logistical challenge. But other than that, it's a good time was had by all. And so back to Aristides for a moment.
Good.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, that was about it for the normal or somewhat normal intro. Considering your need again, yes. Douglas needs you just arrived some money in his business PayPal to pay his Google fee. It's emergency but it's luckily not that much. $25 will do it, I believe.
Yes, $25. $5 will be eaten by PayPal, and the other 20 goes to renew my Google. Again, I swear to God, I thought this had already been done. I got countless notices of all the other bills I'd already paid, so I was using the money on the account literally for spending until I went to the bank on necessities. But hate to have that impact my service. So everyone, please contribute. $25 is needed immediately, and with that, that's in the production account. Not the one on the screen, which is support at paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. That's the personal account. In this case, we need it in the production account, which is simply paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. And that's the link that our man Aristides put into the chat. Correct?
Yep, yes. It is. I'll put it again there at the end of the link train there.
Excellent.
One more time.
Yes. Thank you. And with that, anything else, dear Aristides? Anything on your mind before I dive into it and suck all the oxygen out of the room?
Well, I mean, it always is, but I think you're probably going to get into. Looks like the war's back on.
Tell us about that. Tell us about that.
The apparently I haven't gathered a whole lot, but apparently Iran is letting Israel have it again, and they said that they would not tolerate any. They would consider any attack on Lebanon as a violation of the ceasefire. But of course they couldn't help themselves, and they kept going after Lebanon. So they're apparently are letting them have it. So they are promising to unleash hell. So
well, that forces me to address Iran tonight. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. And
that's the big thing. So if you want to, I'll scan for some other stuff, but.
And of course, dear Aristides, just between you and I, the technical issue that I spoke to you about, you can address that probably while the show is on, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. That way I'll check the technical problem after the show and see the results of how you fixed it. Okay?
Right.
Does that make sense? Am I coherent with that?
Yeah.
Love you. Okay. By the way, I just want everyone to know, Aristides is the man. We really couldn't do anything without him. He's probably one of the most responsible men I ever met. He didn't just have to, raise a daughter and put her through college and all that stuff. He had to pretty much raise her mother as well. It would have killed me.
In a way, yes. In a way.
Yes. It was, one of those things where I totally get it. It's kind of like Brooke Gibson, Brooke Gibson wasn't so much a mother raising her kids. It was more like as if both of her kids had been raised by an older sister. It was almost like that.
Right.
Right. Oh, well, we love you, Brooke, and hopefully she'll see fit to join us at some point. Oh, yeah, I got to send her something. That reminds me. Of course, we got other issues that are hitting me at the moment. But with that, all right, let's get into it. I want people to understand that in the desert days between rent and check deposit, the payment from many contributors is what pays for Microsoft Teams and my paratransit, plus, as Aristides said, fresh food and beer, because I don't have the Meals on Wheels. They are what they are, but beyond what they aren't much. And, they're just here to maintain a caloric intake when I'm not at the estates, feeding on my more primary sustaining diet. Now, when it comes to people who have contributed recently, Matthew Bush contributed 25 United States dollars, Stephen Myers contributed 60 United States dollars, Aaron Tice contributed 100 United States dollars. Brooke Hagberg contributes 100 United States dollars on auto payment monthly. Everybody, please follow her example, if not in amount, then at least in terms of method. And when it comes to the situation with, great, I get a haha from Brendan concerning the emergency. When it comes from just, yeah, I'm surrounded by chums. When it comes to the, what else was I going to bring up there? Oh, yes. An individual who was in the chat recently sent me a link to Hellstrom's Hive. I appreciate your attempt, but I cannot open it simply because I must be cautious. I've got two different PDFs from Aristides that more than suffice. They're of excellent quality, and interestingly enough, they are quite different. So what happened is that this happens a lot with pulp science fiction novels, and in the end, they're all just pulp. But when it comes to Frank Herbert's Hellstrom's Hive, there is effectively a different ending on one PDF than there is on the other, which is, mind-blowing. Wait, but it's not. Because when I would go through bookstores, what I call booking, when I would go booking, like a book slut, through used bookstores for science fiction, old novels, they would have multiple variants of the same story that would be published at different times. And depending on the publishing house and the editor, changes would be made. I'm presuming most of the time these were made by asking the author to edit in some changes, or the author with the new publishing house would ask the publishing house to do it for him. I'm presuming most publishing houses wouldn't care about the content of the novel in terms of weird little details, but this is why it would be like that. In the early days, all of these stories were serialized in magazines. So they would appear in multiple parts in a magazine and then be streamlined for publication as a novel. And you would lose a lot of what would go into the magazines. Not only that, but per the publishing house, you would change the entire tone of the story. A good example of that, if I think about what was the name of it? There was a science fiction story that, let me see, New York science fiction story. It was a female author, sci-fi story, female author, and this is a perfect example of a change in story, the whole tone being changed. Let me see now. No, I'm not getting anything, and let me see. It was an old science fiction story, but there was this one woman, I believe it was Ursula K. Le Guin, and she was presenting a kind of New York in the future that was physically so compartmentalized. It was like everyone lived in an echo bubble that was similar to today's internet. And when it came to the, let me see, Terminal Man might be it, Lewin. Let's see if that's the one that Ursula K. Le Guin. And we'll see. It looks like you're finding Left Hand of Darkness, The Terminal Man. No, that's Michael Crichton. But at any rate, she was presenting a lot of these ethnic enclaves, in such a manner that they were just like walled off. They were literally walled off from each other. So you really couldn't go into one neighborhood or another easily. You were literally climbing walls, which meant that you were up to no good. And in the story, she presented this kind of Arab enclave in a sympathetic light, where they began pursuing the main character, but there was a resolution that led to a peace between all the parties in the end. When she got it published as a novel, Israel was at war with the Arab states, and she could not publish it that way. She had to publish it where the Arabs were the ultimate enemy, and there was nothing but enmity at the end. There was no resolution, there was no peace. And this was to satisfy, of course, the Zionists. And that is that's what you get with a lot of these publications, is they need to be streamlined and literally changed in tone for publication. Now, the perversity of Frank Herbert was that Frank Herbert created this story not out of any creativity. He was paid, contracted to write Hellstrom's Hive. And as I said, you can't just take intellectual property and casually write a story. It would be like, for instance, we have what are called novelizations. And every once in a while, a blockbuster film will have to have a novelization, back in the old days, rushed through. So they'll publish a novelization within months. If you've got some blockbuster movie, they'll do just a knockoff novelization, which then is just there to satisfy a need to read what you saw. And but these things are obviously done at the behest of the companies involved. You can't just decide, I like that movie, and write a story using those characters and get it published because of intellectual property laws. Frank Herbert saw a mockumentary. This is just all story. It's a false narrative. And decided he was going to write a novel using the character of this mockumentary, Dr. Hellstrom. This was, of course, completely false as a narrative. The Hellstrom Chronicles was a documentary created about insects, where you have a pathological entomologist who wants to see the insects triumph over humanity. He believes them to be the superior species. And when Frank Herbert writes a novel using that very character, there is no paper trail of legal permission for him to do so. Now, both of these cases, where first the Hellstrom Chronicle, the mockumentary, and then the novel, these were created as part of a disinformation campaign to hide the fact that the Hellstrom hives, which were experiments in subterraria, macro subterraria, meaning extremely large terrariums underground, created by nuclear cavitation through boreholes. They could pump that completely clear of oxygen or atmosphere and turn it into a vacuum, which they did in a few cases, or they could insert an artificial atmosphere. And all of that is something that led to monstrous results. And the US government, in preparing for a leak, wanted to create a kind of predictive programming where people's sensibilities would not be too shocked should whatever was dwelling in the caverns that the government had created ever swarm to the surface. Something they were trying to prevent, and this led to incidents such as Dulce, which they would then disinform the public and lead them astray by saying, oh, well, they're aliens. They're aliens, as opposed to what had been created through their own experiments. Now, they're aliens in a sense, in that they're alien to humanity, that they're a new hive-like species of mammalians. But when it came to Frank Herbert, when he wrote what the government had commissioned him to do, he presented a no-win story in which humanity would lose and these beings would swarm the earth. But he put it out of chronological context as an experiment that had been ongoing for generations to absolve the United States government of having created the problem out of nothing. created a crisis where there was none in the 1950s and 60s and 70s with repeated nuclear experimentation. Now, when it came to Frank Herbert's story itself, he presents humanity as self-destructive fools who deserve to die, and the hive deserves to inherit the earth because, unlike humanity, they have focus, that humanity is too self-destructive to focus. And so, at the end of his original story, mankind is trying to diplomatically contend with the hive, but the hive is hell-bent and intent on destroying humanity and is simply taking advantage of all the diplomacy to carry out their conspired genocide. And that's like the end of the story. And in one of the other PDFs, he tagged on this little few lines where some in humanity were attempting to fight back despite the fact that everyone else was fooled by the hive. So there was a kind of a tacked on hope that didn't exist in the other story. So it could be just a few lines like that, but I suspect there's many other changes between the two PDFs, which are essentially different publications of the same story. So always remember that when they go through different editions, these stories change, and they can change quite radically. So that needs to be articulated. And so Douglas Marks is trolling us with a comment in the chat. Just wanted to tell you that this Thursday, going to watch Disclosure Day movie. This movie will change the world, hopefully for the betterment of humanity. That's got to be trolling. That's got to be a joke. It's like I'm trying to think of a proper emoji to respond to that with. Here's the most proper one I can think of. There we go. There you go. That's the most proper emoji I can respond with. All right. Good eventide. I am Douglas Dietrich, and this is Critical Omissions. Before we get into it, independent analysis survives on one thing, and it isn't a multi-billionaire who bought us because he believed in the mission and then discovered he didn't like what we're saying. It's listeners who pay for what they hear. If you're one of them, thank you. If you're not yet, this would be a good night to fix that. Please consider becoming a paid subscriber tonight. We cannot do it without you. Upgrade to PayPal auto payment. Now, let's get into the antebellum precedent of Trump era censorship. Because now the side that claims to have won the first American Civil War is banning books about why Civil War I was even fought. In the days before the first American Civil War between the Confederate and United States for rights, the Solid South worked hard to censor any literature that cast slavery in a negative light. Officials in Charleston, South Carolina, went through mailbags for abolitionist newspapers. Legislatures passed laws banning any publication that may show a tendency to make all slaves discontented. In Maryland, the Right Reverend Jacob Gruber was prosecuted for daring to preach a sermon that hinted that slavery might be sinful. Anyone found with a copy of the explosive novel titled Uncle Tom's Cabin was subject to arrest. I myself read about this censorious mania to preserve the fiction of happy and contented slaves in a recent book about the important role played by the enslaved people themselves in achieving their own freedom, after the American author and journalist Tom Zollner's work on the subject was published in September of yesteryear, under the title, The Road Was Full of Thorns. I could only assume that the book itself would soon be censored, by the Blue Union of the United States government, no less, the side that supposedly won the war of Southern insurgency and Northern genocide. A little background. In May of 2025, a few months into Donald Trump's second midterm, the Interior Secretary, Doug Burgum, issued Order 3431. Think of this as like Jedi Order 66 or some shit. It was entitled Order 3431, Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History. It directed the superintendents of national parks and monuments to review property for inappropriate content and scrub their facilities of any signs or other information that are negative about either past or living Americans. The order to whitewash America's historic sites of anything less than rosy about the empire's past has led to some predictable embarrassments. Visitors to Independence Hall in Philadelphia will never learn much about all the multitudes of enslaved people owned by the Founding Fathers themselves. The internment camp at Manzanar won't have anything negative about the mass detention and abortive extermination of 127,000 Nikkei Amerikajin, or Japanese Americans, in World War II. Fort Moultrie National Monument no longer has information related to rising sea levels that threaten Charleston Harbor. The order extends to books and materials on sale at the grift stores. Did I say grift store? Well, they're that now. I meant to say gift stores, but now they're merely grift. Books related to Malcolm X and other black leaders have been utterly expunged. Tom Zollner's book details the consequential events at a place called Fort Monroe in Virginia that led directly to Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation and the theoretical end of American slavery. Yet it is not for sale in the bookstore of the Fort Monroe National Monument. Because the book tells a hopeful story about how enslaved people ran toward the North American flag during the Civil War, sought their own freedom, and helped tip the military balance against the Confederacy, I myself would have thought it would have been in alignment with even the narrowest retro-conservative definition of patriotic content. But the cover depicts 7 members of the United States colored troops standing at attention in Union blue. The jacket copy maketh it clear that it is about slavery. It is not hard to imagine it setting off minor alarms on the part of the National Park Service or Eastern National, the concessionaire with the exclusive contract to supply that bookstore. I myself have asked the National Park Service whether "The Road Was Full of Thorns" has been censored. In a written statement, neither the Department of the Interior nor the National Park Service leadership gave direction to remove or prohibit said book, and no such directive has been issued under Secretary's Order 3431. Eastern National did not return multiple calls seeking comment. A strong clue to what happened might be found in a letter that went out to Regional Park Service directors on November 25th of 2025, asking for a review of all retail items available for purchase in outlets operated by park cooperating associations and concessionaires, to make sure they were in accord with the maladministration's ideological objectives. Sourced memo signed by Comptroller Jessica Bowron reads, "Items identified as non-compliant with this order must be removed from sale immediately." A leaked database of inspections proves that officials at Yosemite National Park, Organ Pipe Cactus National Monument, and the Selma to Montgomery National Historic Trail, among other places, have singled out books in the bookstore for review. At the later place, an anonymous official wrote that, out of an abundance of caution, books such as the magnum opus titled The 1619 Project, which details the origins of American slavery, have since been targeted for removal. This was their decision, not that of the Interior Department, because censorship often works like this, indirectly, requiring no specified demands, but rather a vague climate of intimidation that encourages an abundance of caution when making decisions about what voices should be heard. It is a well-known feature of civil society that nervous middle managers often act far more radically than top executives out of a sense of self-preservation. In his short story titled The Death of a Government Clerk, Anton Chekhov writes of a clerk so mortified about a misplaced sneeze on a general's sleeve that he literally dies from anxiety, even as the general didn't give the sneeze a second thought. With the example of widespread mass layoffs and firing purges throughout the federal government, it simply wouldn't make any sense for a national park superintendent to risk a career on a bookstore choice. So the range of voices heard at America's most important sites becometh ever narrower, ipso facto excising all the important parts of our collective story. We tried this before. An infamous gag rule prohibited any congressional debates on the very existence of slavery from 1835 to 1844 before it was overturned on constitutional grounds. 9 crucial years of expansion and solidification of the pernicious institution went by, speeding the nation's road toward a grinding war. The irony was that the Solid South's preferred message about happy and contented slaves was all a lie. Instead of being proven on the ground of open debate and inquiry, it had to be proven in the Second American Revolutionary War for Southern independence, when the enslaved people bolted toward the Union Army at the first possible opportunity, to the astonishment of the slaveholding class, which had come to believe its own cheerful propaganda. You would be able to read about this psychological shock in Tom Zollner's book titled The Road Was Full of Thorns, were it not for the fact that you will never find it in a national park or monument, and most certainly not at Fort Monroe, the place where the greatest cover-up in American history all started to come apart. Now, conditional cover-up per his own insurrection, Trump mass pardoned all January 6th terrorists, being recidivist criminals at baseline. Now they're reoffending, including the J6 insurrectionist who's now working at the Pentagon. At least 97 of the January 6th conspirators Trump mass pardon have already been arrested again. Roughly 1 in 16 out of those proactive traitors to our nation, even as a January 6th insurgent now boasts top-secret clearance in the Pentagon, such being but the latest example of a catastrophic trend in the Trump maladministration. The fact that Trump thinks his maladministration is, in his own words, like pirates. The United States long sought to protect freedom of navigation, but now our government is seizing ships, plundering cargo, and dealing sudden death on the high seas. This brings us to, instead of the Jolly Roger, the black flag of the Jolly Donald. The United States Navy was born to fight the piracy of Islamo-terrorism. The United States maintained no standing fleet after the first American Revolutionary War of Independence, but attacks by the Barbary pirates, corsairs based in the Maghreb of North Africa, who preyed on American merchant ships and took sailors ransom, drove Congress to reestablish a navy in the 1790s. In 1801, Thomas Jefferson dispatched ships to the Mediterranean to fight the Islamo-terrorist pirates, and the successful war that followed proved a template for American imperial interventions for centuries. The American empire demonstrated that it was willing to use military force to defend American imperial commercial interests and to punish bad international actors. Trump has already rejected much of this vision of American imperial foreign policy, a point he demonstrated vividly last month by approvingly likening the United States Navy to pirates while describing an interdiction in the Persian Gulf. On site West Palm Beach, Florida, the president went on record to brag, "We took over the cargo, took over the oil. It's a very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates." Of course, a man as enthralled by gold as Donald Trump would be, well, bound to find a natural affinity with pirates. Checking into the chat, NPC the game says, "Been a minute. Hope you and yours as well. Peace from Taiwan." Okay, peace in return. There we are. Peace in return. There we are at NPC. Non-player character. Yeah, the game's non-player character. I like it. Okay, and welcome back. Let's make certain he gets a... Sammy's joined us. So, dear Sammy, first off, people care about you as a person. Let us know how you're doing.
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
Oh, well, everything. And all that being said, trying to, again, get myself out of a jam that I got myself into just by assuming I'd paid everything because I had, and then the last thing hits me right between the eyes. So trying to deal with that issue, and in the interim,
Right.
looking forward to catching up with you. How's your family? How's your, yeah.
Adulting, just a regular adulting, marriage, that battle, and, that nice, fun, what's called marriage, just to put one singular word. Anybody can interpret how they want to, but as a man, you have to. You sometimes can't say anything because the apology is not worth it. Because words are very powerful, and fortunately, I can't. I've learned to, if I feel emotional or I want to verbally rebuke my partner, I don't really mean it. It's just it's just emotions that they'll subside, and because you care so much, you're gonna feel guilty, you're gonna feel worse, and I think anybody can relate to that. And I'm talking about any responsible man that obviously you've been through your relationships. It's just it's too much of a drag to say, well, I was right. It's not always. That's not
that never helps.
Do you really want to be right? It's not really the point. It's not worth it. But it's just, fortunately, it's a lot like I don't know. It's a battle. You battle with your partner as far as you're growing. Growing requires struggle. It requires a lot of conversations, and a lot of times, the man, you don't want to talk because it's like, it's not that I don't want to, and maybe I'm just sharing my experience. Discussing anything with your partner, you don't. It's not that you don't care. It's just you don't want to go into that mind. You don't want to go into that mind frame like, oh, man, I have to care. So, and you do care. It's just, these discussions sometimes do take patience in the sense of listening. A lot of hard times is listening. I've had to learn to just be a good listener. Even though you can say something like, look, this is a reason why X, Y, and Z. And, sometimes that's not good enough. They just want you to listen. So,
yeah,
a lot of times that saves you. But, in the long run too, it's you're showing that you care, just by reciprocating and listening, and, going that route instead of, prosecution and defense, that's not always, most of the time it's not a good outlook as far as if you want to get laid. I hate to put it that way.
Yeah, true. It's true. That's what
We're
it
simple
comes down to.
creatures.
It really comes
We're
down to
simple. We're simple creatures. Let's just keep it real. We're simple. We just are. As much as people try to create poetry and you know and every man, and any man that has gone through struggle with courting or dating, or just never grew up with quote unquote an advantage of either money or looks. You have to learn not to be a creep and pick your battles, pick your struggle. You got to struggle, you just got to pick one, right?
yes.
You can't be broke and a creep as well. That's not going to work. You at least have to pay for it,
Yes.
whether it's monetarily or your time, or just develop some type of personality, right? Where you don't completely creep out the woman.
Yes.
But
I almost
women
said the opposition.
well, I really do think women know that we're simple, but they allow who creeps them out and who doesn't, in a sense of what they can tolerate, right?
Absolutely.
So my point is, adulting, that's, to me, it's all it is, adulting, and kind of forcing yourself with those conversations where your wife says, and it's always me when I see my wife either staring up into space or just looking off and not really looking at me. I know, I'm like, okay, she's gonna bring up something that I don't want to talk about, because I just don't. But that's just part of adulting, there's things obviously that you don't want to bring up about your
Yeah.
your past, as far as who you dealt with and how do you got your knowledge. But sometimes you got to take yourself there and kind of make your point, right?
Yes.
Whether you want to or not, it's just the reality, and a lot of the times who's not in agreement with it will obviously pop up. We all know who it is. It's not a big deal, but it's just stuff that you got to do. Even what's going on in my life as far as me professionally and what my goals are. I've been learning to just navigate that, and just not get so caught up in the moment as well either, but also enjoy it. I actually went to I actually was in the state capital this weekend, and
Sacramento. Yes.
yeah, and I went to a social gathering where I was formerly employed, and I saw an ice chest full of adult drinks and you name it, and the ice chest was a casket. It was a casket. It was a themed casket, and it was interesting because I'm like, wow, I forgot I worked in this industry, but and I'm obviously aware of what comes with it. It's just, it's something that I had to bring myself to. Okay, it's not a big deal, but if people only knew, how close you are to the other side, even though you might not see it or feel it, they're there. And it's not that to scare somebody or oh my God, a ghost story, but we're like I said, we're that veil of the spiritual and physical, it's not that thick. A lot of times I feel like I'm talking to, my deceased sister, in the sense of I can sense she's around, and I can it's something that it's coherently, when you love somebody. Obviously I know, sometimes you feel like your mom's correcting you, or your mom would think of X, Y, and Z of why you shouldn't, or you should, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so on and so forth. But I think that's just part of growing up and getting older. And I didn't mean to turn this conversation into some life philosophical type of BS, but this is real life. What we're dealing with, and I'm tired of talking about, the orange Cheeto. You know, it's so much I can take as far as, someone walking off in a tirade over a stupid interview that someone can't articulate themselves to lie. This is why politics, there needs to be some type of you need to be a good actor. It doesn't matter. Oh, well, I'm telling the truth. It's not even about the truth. It's knowing how to handle situations and calming your constituents and the public. The public knows you're lying. You're lying through your ass. That's not the point. It's creating the face of stability. And obviously we don't have that right now. We're living in chaotic times. So, I can only stomach so much of it, and I have to point the mirror myself and try to create as much stability in my life as possible, which people are close to me. That's how I kind of ground myself and try to put things in perspective, even situations where, everybody has walked into a situation, whether it's family, whether it's friends, where the situation, but you're not going to ask. And you're not going to ask stupid questions that you know the answer to.
Yes.
You just don't do it,
Right.
It's like, it's like you tell a kid, hey, how many babies did you eat this weekend? You don't ask those questions.
By the way, I apologize for laughing.
No. I mean,
if you don't laugh, you're going to cry. Yes.
Right. Or you're going to go into this insane rage that you've done so many times. So, you have you have a coping mechanism, and it's a lot of times you have to decensor yourself. I was in that, I visited that business that I was a part of, and I'm not ready to see, the shell of an individual.
Yes.
And I can't say they're lifeless. They're very much alive. Anybody that doesn't understand that, and I'm sorry, you just don't understand, that type of life. And it's not to paint myself as some type of guru. It's different is my point. And I'll put it to this way, even like your partner, where something's bothering them, something's bothering them, and sometimes they don't want to tell you, or vice versa. I can't express myself wholeheartedly to my partner some things I don't want to tell them. Why? Because it's just not, it's momentarily, and one, it's not something that's going to really help me. And I have to pick my spots is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
It's just part of being an adult. It's not that I'm not open with my partner. It's just, I don't, something as a man, men have needs, but it's more of, we're very simplistic when it comes down to it.
Yes.
We just are. We're very predictable. Even though, you can have 1,000 degrees and say, you have this much in your bank account, but, you still, I'll give you an example. Elon Musk having a chainsaw and saying he's going to cut inflation. And he literally has a literal chainsaw saying that, you look like an idiot,
That's for sure.
In his, simple mind, that because he has a bunch of green paper with dead hypocrites on them, a bunch of assets that supposedly have wealth, and then he calls himself a billionaire. He thinks he's somebody important, but he's a lame, he's a dork.
Yes.
It's like comparing, Hirohito with George W. Bush. George W. Bush was hurling himself because he saw, somebody he saw in war.
Yes.
And he couldn't stomach the fact that, oh crap, we lost, and this person recognized me. And I was literally playing, Top Gun, and they were actually for real. A lot of people forget, and Doug has talked about this in detail. The United States is so insane. We literally play war like it was a sport back in the day. It's almost theater, where we were playing for, play, and we were trying to. It was almost like our purpose was insanity, but it's almost like a World of Warcraft game
Yes.
where we were trying to fester so many entities to bring them up and do all this bullshit where, you know, the opposition, which, you know, was the good guys, was doing it to save and preserve their livelihood, their love for planet Earth, you know.
Thank you.
So, you know, our insanity is showed, you know. You had, you know, our former president hurling because, you know, and anybody sees it, it's like, what are you talking about? This is, you know, and keep in mind, this is very PG nowadays compared to who we have, a literal clown that has no demeanor, no sense of lying. Like, you know, I say that repeatedly because not only has this person is deteriorating physically, mentally, he's deteriorating.
Yes.
And that is that's a sign of where we are right now, where we're not being lied to like we're supposed to be lied to. And if anybody thinks, well, why should we be lied to? Because we need to be lied to. If someone would have told you what we're really doing, and this is something like Second World War, you would go insane.
Yes.
Because it's not normal. You know, this is why we have who we had in charge. You know, and it was censored, you know, and you know, you sprinkle in, you know, racial tension and you know, you sprinkle in all these social issues that we had after World War II. All that really was just the frosting on the cake of crap. You know, racial tension. I mean, when you really break it down, racial tension and you know, segregation and Jim Crow was really nothing compared to what we did. In, you know, I wouldn't say we were united. We were almost, as far as, you know, minorities and people of color, we were forced into that war to be in the front lines, right?
Yes.
So that built a lot of the, you know, trauma, and it built the first super soldiers that came back from that war, right?
Yes.
And you pile on top of all these issues, you know, what can you really react to when, you know, you see, you know, in the Second World War, you see Europeans, you know, whatever side, you know, being, you know, raped, being essayed, and all these horrible things. And racial tension to you is nothing because you've gone through actual war. Racial tension is just white noise, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
my point is, I sometimes get frustrated because I do go around the world and I'm talking conversational wise,
Yeah.
and I sometimes feel like I go too far out. But you know, forgive me for going too much. But I'm trying to land the plane. My point is, you know, of all these things, and I have to just circle back to my little corner in my universe. It's really just adulting and just creating stability, whatever you have to do. You know, I don't know if anybody can relate. It's adulting, really. But
Well, I mean,
regardless of that,
no,
go
I
ahead.
mean, I always appreciate your input, and it's wonderful. And believe me, it's necessary for all of us. I think we all need each
Right.
other. And right now, what I want people to understand is that what Sammy is talking about is the fact that we are in a convergent crises, that we're all simply trying to survive, and that's, we're all partners in adversity, that we really
Right.
need to help each other or fall separately. Now, what I'm going to do right now is just ask Brendan to come on so I can give him a screen share. So, Brendan, let me know if you can hear me. If you can respond, I'll do the screen share and present to you the issue at hand. So let's see if you can respond, Brendan. Say hello. Let's see if Brendan responds. He's on the call. So if you can unmute Brendan, that would help. All right. And also, okay,
Yes,
yes, now you sound very distant. Is there a way to improve your audio or, your projection of your voice?
is this better or worse?
Barely better. You'll need to actually kind of, participate with a getting close to the mic. That's
There's
speak.
only so much I can do.
Yeah. It,
Partially because my phone is broken.
you
It
haven't
goes
taken
back, so-
care of that yet? You haven't been able to resolve that yet?
No, I did, but it's
Okay.
terminal. It has to be replaced.
Now it's better. No, but I mean to say, I thought you haven't been able to replace it yet. Okay.
No, of course
Okay.
not. What am I? Rolling money?
Okay, you're a little distant again. So yeah, try and get.
Yeah, am I
closer.
audible or better?
Now, finally, that's much better. Please maintain that.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the issue at hand. I was basically. They help if I did a screen share. So doing a screen share. Problem is that on my Google Calendar, I had this up here, $20 Google One renewal deadline. That's been up there forever, and I was convinced I had paid it because everybody was digging into my cards from every imaginable angle, and everybody kept sending me messages, emails that the bills had been paid. Unfortunately, most of them, they'll grab in and take their cut early, well before the deadline. For some reason, Google One actually did not act until the deadline, at which point I thought this $20 had been paid and emptied my card getting necessities, just water, beer, Coca-Cola, stuff like that, hydration for the crypt. Now, the issue is that they're saying they're going to cut my Google storage, in which my whole life is based. So how do I get them to know that I've put money into the card? So once money's in the card from one of our contributors, someone will contribute tonight the $25 onto the card for them to pay. How will they know? Or do you think they're just going to hit it again? Because, right now
there's a potential that it'll auto charge, but usually if it misses one, you have to do it manually. You'll have to go in and do it manually at some point.
Okay, so we've got to go in and do it manually. Oh, I'll need your help with that. We could do that tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's handle that tomorrow. Now, just out of curiosity, your schedule permits that tomorrow or until late afternoon?
Oh, it's going to be not until later. Just later,
Oh, okay. Well, I'll try it. Anyhow, but I'm permitted to contact you during the day. I'll right? Because I don't know what my schedule will be like.
You can, but I can't.
Understood. Okay. So
It's too early.
okay, so we'll just take care of it tomorrow. We'll make it happen. So, but later afternoon. All right.
I haven't. Let's put it this way: I haven't found a hiding spot yet. But we'll just leave that.
Yeah. Okay. That's yeah. Understood. Okay, so all of that being clarified, we'll get the money in the card, then go in and do it manually. And thank you for that,
Yeah.
Brendan. But I know you can help me with that. So thank God. This is like, honestly, I don't know how I wound up doing this to myself, but it's just, I took care of so many bills this month because of the life insurance and the renewal of the website and everything else. It drives you to distraction, and they all hit at once in June and July. So all that being said, thank you for your patience with that, dear Sammy. Now, Brendan, you've heard what I've said about Donald Trump and what he's saying about piracy, and you can tell our listeners about how we basically pioneered this by telling America that it was not signatory to the rule of the law of the sea as signed by so many other participants in global trade, where they were swearing off letters of marque, meaning it's spelled marque. You would think it would be pronounced marque, but it's letters of marque. And the letters of marque are the permission to plunder issued by states where they contract privateers, meaning pirates. This is something that, of course, the United States, being a rogue nation, has never been signatory to international law regarding that. Other nations have sworn off piracy. The United States has not. We have received some incoming news, and good point, Sammy. There's no point in my mentioning it. That's right. We're receiving some incoming news. I thought it was something important, but it's tomorrow's weather. So that having been said, your own input into this, dear Brendan, while I rave a bit about it.
Oh, just that we had talked about the Kaisoko Jidai, the great pirate era that's coming.
Yes.
And now it's in vogue.
Yes. Yes. And well, certainly you have
Trump
something.
likes it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
He likes our vibe, it sounds like.
Yes. Well, all I can say is obviously either he or his underlings are listening and relaying to him. But in terms of tell people about how Wampizu is now more popular than Superman. He's overtaken Superman as the most popular comic on Earth. But these people like Trump, they're not aware of Wampizu. They're not aware of it, yet somehow the vibe is hitting them that piracy is cool just through youth, or how are they getting this vibe aside from they never even had the idea to contract privateers until you and I brought it up, and now they're actually seriously putting it through Congress.
I think after we said something, they were like, oh yeah, that's right, and they dusted off the old privateering manuals and shit they had in Congress.
Yeah,
because they're there. Like when I visited is it called Library of Congress? They have all the documents. Like you can find like what's his name, Captain Morgan, and all those people that they literally the copies of the forms they signed. So they have all that shit. So they probably just had to dust it off and check a few things. They're like, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's that. There you have it. Thank you. And so we're doing their work for them without the pay. It's incredibly offensive, and it gets very. I'm multitasking, so everybody forgive me. There we are, and that's a response to this wonderful individual. All that being said,
Sammy, how did you like the Capitol?
Yeah, Sammy, how did you like the capital of California? Please
Lackluster.
Oh, hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. By all means, yeah, we hear you.
Oh, it was cool. It was good. It was an interesting time. I can't really share about to tell you in private, but it was good. I mean, it was the Capitol. I can't really complain. I'm just glad everything turned out, good. I think I'll tell you one thing. Children, a lot of times children, especially very young children, are almost like canaries. They do not feel comfortable in certain environments or especially around certain. If children can sense danger regarding people, they'll let you know.
Yes.
And they'll emphatically let you know. So, I'll just put it to you that way. And it just comes with the territory. I'm glad, I have that intuition to, trust my parental skills to just do it, to, keep myself away from certain people. Okay.
Damn, we really will have to talk privately.
Well, it's nothing that I'm not surprised. It's just when you see people that have changed, especially in that industry, it's being exposed to so much, and they're going through their own particular changes. It's almost like I understand why, and I don't even mean to bring this up because then, I don't want to open that can of worms with you, but it's almost like you requesting that tampon machine.
That's right. At the Presidio Military Base Library, the Postal Library. Right. That's correct.
And it's not like, why'd you do it? It's almost where it's inevitable, right? So my point is, it's good to read the room. It's good to understand where people are and just leave them there. I'm not the type to, as backsliding Christian that I am, quote unquote. I'm not the type that I want to save the world and, I want to proselytize to someone who can probably pick me up and throw me across the room.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't mean them physically. I mean what's in them.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I don't want to trigger something like that. It's just you have to leave people to be perfectly possessed to be able to deal with who they deal with. And I think you already know what I'm referring to. Yes. And it's not that it was bad or I felt. It's not that I felt threatened. It's just, you have to move how you have to move. And obviously my children were my canaries. Yes. And, I listened to them.
Yeah.
So
that's good.
It is what it is,
You're better than 99% of parents. Most parents say, oh, suck it up. Or, I just remember all kinds of heinous shit like that.
That's true.
No, I mean, how dare you treat them like that when they were obviously scumbags.
In other words, most parents will defend other adults, but continue.
Well, it's almost like you, Brandon, seeing all those young, underage girls playing, being around those grown men, and
pervert coaches.
Coach, those scumbags.
That's one of the things.
And then every time they would leave, they would get replaced by another fucking dude.
So it's like,
dude.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like me to the slaughter. But with me, I really like to. And you can never. You can only pray, right? You can only pray, and whatever spiritual guidance that anybody is what they recognize. You have to put in their hands and just just pray. But and I don't mean to be so cynical or not. I'm just being realistic as a parent. You're as a parent.
It sounds like Sacramento was as bad as it is.
Yeah, it sounds like that sounds pretty serious. I do think we owe our listeners one
sounds
thing.
Negative.
It sounds
I'll put it
tense. Yeah.
I'll put it to you this way. I'll put it this, okay? It involves family, okay?
Yeah.
Understood. I mean, who doesn't have that creepy person in their family?
I could tell you stories,
Yeah, no, family is always where it sources from these kinds of conflicts. But I do feel we owe our listeners, when our friend Sammy refers to the industry, I want people to understand that Sammy has relations that are involved with the funerary business that are extraordinarily connected throughout the Western Hemisphere, simply because the Latin American culture values family almost to an unhealthy degree. But they honor their relations alive or dead, and because of this, there's the understanding of the continuity of life. But obviously, it's not the dead that were bothering Sammy in Sacramento.
Well, no, and it's not that that doesn't bother me. In fact, my children actually were very at peace. Believe it or not, they were having fun.
Yes,
and I think even them, they know. They know us. I'm talking to Dad. They know. I'll give you an example. I had a relation of mine who was very toxic, very problematic with all the family, and they walked into, to my house and pretty much were told to leave, and it wasn't by anybody living. They saw what they saw. It was pretty much almost like a tulpa, what you talked about. They literally saw it, not enter my house, but they literally saw it pretty much, face to face. But it's not that, oh my God, no, but when you walk in, when you have bad energy, and you're not welcome, even if you try to force yourself, um, the other side will let you know, because whether we like it or not, we walk amongst them. It's just really the energy you carry. Obviously, Brendan being in your place knows that very well.
Yeah.
He was getting wedgied and,
Yeah, he was
getting
basically assaulted by ghosts. Go on.
That shit was
right.
awesome as fuck, yeah.
Groped.
But
He's getting
it's
groped by the dead.
Yeah.
By the
Yeah,
way,
that was like
I
one of the most haunted buildings I've seen.
yes,
well, and it's very interesting because this past week I learned that where right now um I'm studying right now actually is haunted. It used to be an old it's next to a rail yard, and it was like some type of lumber construction rail yard where they process lumber and they throw it on the rails, and it traveled through rail, these lumber yards, right?
yes.
Well, I guess one of the workers ended up committing suicide, and he haunts the grounds. What this nonprofit that I'm studying with, of all things, they said, hey, well, we'll rent it out, right? They got a fat discount, but all the staff
Damn.
now, all the all the
Usually
all the
sounds like.
all the staff now, it's their desks are open with all their documents are out, doors closed, and windows shut off on you, and all this stuff. But it's just they call this person Jerry, oh, Jerry, I'm here. It's almost like hey, hi, how are you doing? And
It's so sad.
they,
It,
they
Is
you
it
learn
worth
to live
the
with
couple
it.
$1,000 off the rent?
Well,
there's so many ways to look at this. I do want people to know something. We got a contribution of 100 United States dollars from Radionic Tech Limited Liabilities Corporation. And he did not ask for anonymity, so I will read his message. I hope this helps. Dr. Thor, Radionic Tech. Thank you so much, dear sir. I want to thank, since we've gotten this contribution as well, Sammy Romero for 25 United States dollars. And the two of you together have more than resolved the monetary end of this. We're going to, Brendan and I, go in there physically and then pay the Google so that I lose none of my information, which is vast. It's the reason why I have to pay for this once a year. And again, I have no one but myself to blame, but it was one of these things where, as Sammy says, really is hard to be an adult. It really fucking is. And I don't think any of us, or very few of us, ever really attain a kind of full-rounded maturity where, honestly, people laugh when they hear these kinds of initiatives in schools, like the Integrated Person Initiative, like trying to teach kids to be holistic and understanding. But of course, I laughed at it when I heard about lessons like that. And it was a young Latin American, actually, it was at Sonoma State University, and he was in this integrated persons course, and I was tormenting him about it because I felt it was so uh, so stupidly progressive. Now there may have been elements of it that were, but I do want people to understand we all need to integrate and become more holistic because we're all not well-rounded people, and as a result, it makes it more difficult. But it brings us back to the suicide case in where this building. What is the name of the building? What's the name of the building, Sam?
I'd rather not say. I'll probably tell you after.
Okay, good. Okay, so we'll just say the haunted building that Sammy's talking about. What this strikes me as is you've got this individual who committed suicide. I once wrote a poem for a young lady who may well be my biological daughter. I don't know. There's never been a DNA test. But she lives in Canada, and she would go off on these suicide threats to the point where it was common enough where the police got to know her, and they were very cooperative with me. And but I wrote a poem for her once about it's not what you think. When you kill yourself, one of the first things you confront is, because the transition is brought about by yourself, you've kind of taken an act which kind of breaks you out of the cycle of life, and you oftentimes wind up stuck. This is why a lot of Christian churches say that it's a sin. They've also rendered it illegal. So that the reason why, because it sounds very absurd that it would be illegal. We want to thank the man in Romania. UNIÖN Ungurianu has just sent $38.38.
Wow.
Yeah, God bless you. Very, very good. And this is from a man who did not ask for anonymity. But by the way, I do want people to know something that Peter Moon was completely unaware of in his ignorance. The largest population of ethnic minority in England, in the United Kingdom, aside from British, the largest, the second language, the second most spoken language in England, aside from English, is Romanian. And this is because they were hired for all of this kind of migrant labor, and they're very trustworthy, and unlike a lot of the Albanians or other kinds of Eastern Europeans, yeah, who kind of ethnically.
The Albanians are too rowdy. They're too rowdy for the Brits.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, but the Romanians are, which is really interesting because there was a book written called
the Romanians can integrate. You wouldn't even notice they're not British. But the Albanians, they just are like loud and waving their flags.
And they play their own. They play their own music, and they hold.
Yeah, and they have the music. So the Brits like don't like them because they stand out too much.
Yeah.
Compared to the Romanians, they can be sophisticated if they integrate.
Yes, the Romanians are. And there was a book titled ANNUÄL Dracula, and ANNUÄL Dracula was based on the literary Dracula, and it was an extension of the concept where he creates a royal union with the British Empire through marrying the Queen of England, I believe was the conceit of the novel. And Romania and England become integrated in a united kingdom, but it's obviously Dracula who's the power behind the throne, and but it's half a gore fest. But other than that, it's an intriguing concept. But for some reason, pulp comes to mind when I think of the Romanians working in England, and of course their lives are very different and have nothing to do with vampirism. But I do want people to understand I don't speak enough about Romania and should actually get back to that topic every once in a while, sometime in the near future. But all that being said, obviously I gave it a rest because Peter Moon was pandering it in the worst possible way and just perverting the history to his own twisted narrative. But all of that being said, we could not do this without our contributors. God bless you all for responding. But when it comes to that building that Sammy is speaking of, the poem that I wrote for my daughter, or if indeed she is my daughter, again, maybe one of these days we'll have a test, but she has a lot of issues, and I'm not quite sure it's safe to go near her because she claims I was trying to rape her in the astral, and she said that publicly on her Facebook page. So she's obviously, I believe she's been through some programming, and I think it's very, it's something, it's a sore spot or a pain point that I think should not be pressed just yet. But when I did send her a poem, it was about suicide because she had been threatening it every once in a while. And the first thing is, you keep trying to do what you did in life, but you find out you can't. And yet you're kind of stuck, and you wander around, and you're kind of stuck in the moment for a very long time. It takes a long time before your soul processes a lot of times when you kill yourself. So unless it's an extraordinarily extreme situation, you want to be very careful about that. The Japanese were different. They had ritual suicide, and the entire society would help them pass on with the ritual suicide. The very ritual itself helps your soul to pass on. But when it comes to the average suicide, What makes it so sad in the situation Sammy's describing is that this individual has become Casper the Friendly Ghost. And if you ever watch Casper the Friendly Ghost, and they did a film, I don't know, 10 years ago, I don't know, they did a reboot. And, kids love Casper the Friendly Ghost, or at least they used to. He used to be a very popular character. But think about it, some young child had to die for a young child ghost to be born into this situation. It's a cosmic conundrum you don't really want to deal with beyond the immediate entertainment value. But when it comes to something like this ghost you're talking about, Jerry, they call him Jerry. It's like, is that what
Yeah,
they call him? Yeah, it's like he's
yeah,
Casper. It's like he's a Casper, and it's like, but it's so sad. It's like he's trying to be like, hey, I'm here, and he wants to interact because he may not realize he's dead, or even if he does, he doesn't know how to move on, and everybody's
right.
interacting with him in a friendly way. But it's just this tragedy all the way around. It's just
I mean, you feel the vibe. My point with me is, it's not that I don't interact with them or try to talk to them. It's mostly I just mind my business. It's one of the things where I try not to disturb the dead. Even, you know, there, I'll give you an example. Like, there's certain subjects I don't talk about. It is not that I don't want to. I'm talking openly. It's just, I tried telling someone I had a vampire friend, and they couldn't.
that guy.
They couldn't. They can't process it. Okay. I almost got in trouble with my spouse over that because it's like they can't process it, and it's not that like it's, oh my god, it's a big deal. It's more of, when you talk about these type of subjects, and you really do talk about it, even with people that are religious, and I say religious because it's not Christianity, it's just religion. If it's not conformed to their religious doctrine, they are not going to accept it. I've had people that I cared about in my Christianity, my faith, that have literally dismissed anybody. You're pretty much your dead loved ones. They've said, they're gone. They're in hell. And you have to understand, people that breaks people. That breaks people in the sense of, just because you have given to a cult or indoctrinated yourself into not being respectful to the people on the other side does not make you correct. I'm saying this because a lot of the times their iniquities, as far as their insecurities, whether a lot of the people in these high religious positions come from a very ugly background, whether they're abused, whether they never had a dad, and because you had a dad, they find that, just stupid shit like that, right? They're too high up there with, in the authority of God, that they're unable to deal with their bullshit, right?
Yes.
So when they encounter, someone who is open, who doesn't have those issues, well, because if they're around all these people that have these different demons, quote unquote, or just, shit, right?
Yeah. Baggage.
Um, that baggage, they get muddied up with it. And you've talked about it. When you're around so many entities, you're gonna eventually, be partially possessed by them if you don't, either cleanse yourself or at least learn that, you're human yourself, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of these people in these positions, and I'm really talking the Christian world, okay?
Yes.
They're semi-possessed because they are too prideful in understanding whatever entities you're around, and then you add authority over that you have, quote unquote, spiritual authority. That's not a very good combination. And these people in these positions that I've personally been around are really doing people a disservice by not having them neglect their loved ones on the other side. I really do believe that there is healing in making amends with people that you didn't get a chance to get by to. I don't think just because they're gone physically does not mean you can't make amends. You know, if I can connect to my creator as far as getting to my vulnerability and trying to get close to God, I can also get close to my loved ones. They're not they're not deities is what I'm trying to say. I don't worship them, but make amends, you know, and I really do believe, and I've seen it, and I've heard testimony by my own close family that it's possible, you know, because it's really breaking that programming where fortunately it's indoctrination, you know. That's the best way I can put it, you know, because it's not realistic is my point. Okay, I've had to break out of that mentality of, well, even Doug, I told Doug in the past, you know, do you believe in the rapture? And you know, Doug, you chuckled and laughed, but it's because of my programming.
Yes.
You know, it's what I know, you know, it's the reality, you know. And I'm not saying, you know, you weren't being insensitive. It's just when that's all you know, it does come off as a form of nihilism where, well, I'm going to be picked up and, you know, everybody's going to be here to suffer. That's not what God is. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it is, you know, you're looking at the enemy really is the person in the mirror is my point. You know, if you don't evolve, if you don't try to be open to really wanting to, you know, better yourself, you know, and I'm not saying, you know, I'm the model person. Hell no, I'm not. But I've had to kind of change the way I think and even think about my own father and how much he's changed, you know, his last few years, right?
Yes.
Where I can see conflict in him, where he had to let go of certain religious doctrine that was impeding his growth with the person he wanted to be, right? And it's not that you can't be. I'm saying this because a lot of the times when I've seen people that have changed their lives, where they've encountered some spiritual awakening and they're so giving, where they literally go balls to the wall as far as charity work, as far as their time, and they get burnt out, and then, you know, they relapse. They just give too much of themselves to something that is, I gotta say it, it's more like um it's just, how can I say, it's just spiraling is my point. So I say it to say this. I definitely don't subscribe to that particular mindset anymore. And I never did. It's just when you really start questioning things, it's when people start getting uncomfortable, and, you know, well, you don't fit into quote unquote environment that we represent. You know, and it is what it is. It's just people's BS starts really showing, right?
Yes.
But go ahead. You
No,
know,
thank
that's
you for
just my
that.
two
And
cents.
that was beautiful. And Brendan has turned in for the night. And I want people to know that I wish I could share the poem I wrote for this young lady and the illustration I produced for her, but it's in the Infinite Call. So the people on the call can access the illustration and the poem. But when it comes to the what Sammy has brought forward, this is Sammy has, of course, been through a lot. And like everyone who has been in contact with me, he's been impacted as well due to his contact with myself. And I'm just glad that he survived to this point. But it's one of these things that when it comes to just adapting to a highly fluctuating environment like we have today, all of us, what we're all dealing with. It's one in which we have to, we're forced to question a lot of what we grew up believing. and, but the beauty
Right.
is that the remarkable part is the resilience of Sammy Romero in particular. You've had a remarkable adaptability. And of course, you've had to. And but with the kind of changes that happened in your career, your ability to retrain yourself for a reorientation of what you're even going to be professionally, all of this it's monumental. Most people couldn't even handle that while parenting simultaneously. Believe me, I'm proud of you. Yeah, very proud of
Well,
you. Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you one thing, okay?
yeah,
My parents' prayers are not in vain, okay?
yes,
I'm gonna tell you that, okay?
yes.
There's been a lot of things that God has put in place for me to allow to me pursue even a career, but um, the reason why I even say this is because in regarding to even the stuff that I thought I believed,
Mhm. Yes.
if you call yourself a person of faith and you mix that with politics,
Mhm.
at this current moment, you cannot even align yourself with anything resembling what's there right now. If you even have a sense of faith, you would know we're in the last tribulation regarding that.
Yes.
We're living through it.
Yeah.
We don't need to be raptured and stuff. That doesn't need to happen.
Yes.
I think for that to happen, if you literally are seeing the the mental patient that we have, where he cannot sit and just control your demons and perfectly possess yourself to just act the part. That tells you what we're dealing with right now. Okay,
Yes.
because you have to give Aquino one thing: he can compose himself, whatever the hell magic tricks he did in that Oprah interview, where he literally was talking to the person accusing him of that and literally telling him what to say. He at least hold his composure.
Yes.
You got to give him that.
Yes. He maintained
For
his
this,
sense of control. Yeah.
of course, for this sack of crap, you know,
but
to
but by the way,
go
just to
ahead.
clarify for our listeners, people who don't know what Sammy's talking about, Michael Aquino actually faced his accuser and basically copped his mind on stage, on camera. Basically,
Jedi mind trick.
yeah,
A Jedi mind trick, pretty much.
yeah, yeah, but whereas, well, of course, Trump is like it's like apples and oranges. I mean, there's no comparison between Aquino and Trump. But go on, yes, continue.
Well, I tell you this because anybody that storms off, and this is a leader of the quote unquote free world. Okay, this is if I'm taxpayer redneck, and I'm proud. I'm a Southern boy, proud, and whatever, right? This is what this person representing you, and obviously, this it's a dumb statement in the sense that these people are insane, but why are we, at a certain point, this person is just being ignored. I'm talking about Donald Trump.
Yes.
He's ignored. Every weekend he comes up with a deal. Every weekend it's crap. And it's just a reverberable cycle where, and I have to talk about the elections here in California, okay?
Yes.
Where he literally wants to send the FBI and the feds to raid the federal, to raid our election system.
Yes.
Well, obviously that's, oh my God, big surprise, right? Everything's rigged, and that was pretty much, the interview that he stormed off. I believe it was today or yesterday. I forget. It was Meet the Press.
Yes.
Interview, right?
Yes.
He stormed off and said everything was rigged. And what he doesn't, this is how insane this idiot is. He's literally confessing how he got into power was rigged. Okay.
Yes.
He doesn't have the mental aptitude. He's too mentally incompetent, and not even competent. His brain is deteriorating to understand you're copying to your own electoral
Fraud.
fraud.
Yeah.
To admit that is to admit guilt.
Yes.
Any prosecutor, anybody of competence knows that. 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Sure. Take your time. And while Sammy deals with that, I want everyone to know again how much I appreciate these incredible contributors. And it was Dr. Thor of Radionic Tech, 100 United States dollars. Our dear friend Julian Ungurianu, who sent $38.38, and Sammy Romero, 25 United States dollars. All very incredible men, and they stand shoulder to shoulder. And I'm proud. I'm proud to at least have their acquaintance, however peripherally, through our transmission. Now, in fact, oh yes, so Sammy's back. Yes, I presume. Yes.
No, yeah. I mean, the only thing I'm saying is, it says a lot right now what we're dealing with,
Yes.
and it's been done repeatedly. But these elections right now are going to create a firestorm because this is a prelude to November.
Yes.
Obviously, there's we had our mayor in Los Angeles, Karen Bass, the Scientologist, and we have Spencer Pratt, who is, he's the classic entitled, cracker. He comes from money. He's just a douchebag, okay. And I'm not saying Karen Bass is Aunt Jemima, right? No, but I'd rather have a Scientologist right now than this. It's pretty much another Trump Jr.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's right now. It's what we need right now to just exist. And the world of politics, it is what it is.
Yes.
But it's this election, especially with I'll put it this way: there's influencers that are literally using a map of what's Republican and what's Democrat in California and saying there's a red wave, and not understanding that these rural areas, land does not equal votes.
Thank you.
It's just the sparse population of red California is no one, there's nobody in minuscule. Okay. Some asshole in Inyo County or in Death Valley doesn't matter. Sorry, it doesn't matter. They're dealing with 120-degree heat.
Yeah.
Okay. And married to their cousin. It's the truth. But people think, well, there's a red wave. No, that lets you know how federal land really is, and how much we're not California's maybe the largest populated area, but there's a reason why we have Bigfoot in California.
Yes.
There's the reason why we have anomalies that we do, because nobody lives in the Sierra Nevadas. Okay.
Yes.
Nobody lives in Death Valley. Okay. Nobody, even Northern California. Okay. No, nobody lives those areas. All it is a bunch of Bigfoot and whatever other monsters there are. But, my point is, these elections are a prelude to November. And
Yes.
it's going to be a shit fest because Trump's sending the feds. And he's going to try to interject himself. And, it can get ugly because he's shitting bricks.
Yes.
He's literally breaking down mentally because he knows the mail-in ballots are legit.
Yes.
And just because they're being processed, it's because that's just how the system is. The U.S. Postal Service is right now understaffed. It's underfunded. It's literally hanging. It's running on fumes for a reason. All the postmaster generals are pretty much pulling their hair out because it's just where we are right now. So, that's just my 2 cents right now.
That's beautiful. So, no, it's profoundly important. And again, just so our listeners who are not familiar with California, to explain to all our listeners the dynamics of the California politics that Sammy Romero has outlined, understand that with all of the United States, when you had the polarity really begin, the polarization really begin with all of the United States, all of the red areas are overwhelmingly rural, effectively unpopulated areas. They are what would technically be called underpopulated, but some of these areas are effectively unpopulated, and yet they're smeared with the red simply because the single gold miner, the single prospector and his burro that are voting in that region get to color that county red because it's the only vote cast by the single inhabitant. This is obviously an exaggeration, but it makes the point. And the point is that the exaggeration is the graphic. If you looked at the United States and its counties, you would think everyone in the United States was blood red Republican. And it's a lie. But the horror is the Electoral College. These illiterate, uneducated, incestuous individuals voting red get 10 times the vote power that we do in California who support the entire economy. If California were to seriously perform a Cal exit, and I noticed when I was walking through Chinatown the other day, there were hats for sale, a lot of them, that said California Republic, California Republic. There is a secessionist movement, a Cal exit movement in California. If California, yeah, Holly, welcome aboard. By all means, yeah, add your insight. Honey,
me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, okay.
You tell me not to lurk. A couple things, but a couple things for Sammy. It's a high and by. I got duties tonight, but did you hear that? Like, there's a pretty big movement in, of all places, Alberta, Canada. Like, where's Alberta gonna go?
Yeah, it's absolutely
They got
bizarre.
British Columbia. Where the hell?
Yeah, I mean, Alberta's
So I had to
landlocked,
throw
right?
that in
Isn't Alberta landlocked?
I mean,
interesting.
where they think they're gonna go? Yeah,
I'm thinking,
but I
wouldn't be
haven't followed
surprised-
up on it.
Yeah, Sammy. Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to join the EU or maybe start some type of union with Britain. I don't know. It's interesting. I heard about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
That makes sense. Yeah.
But I gotta say to Sammy a couple things about the election. What I just heard was that the Democratic Socialist lady with the late votes getting counted is edging Pratt out. And that would put it Bass against the socialist lady.
Interesting. Okay.
Which would be now, yeah, I'm all about Democratic Socialists, but I gotta respect Karen Bass for what she's had to come through, being the mayor of that city.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, I didn't know what they were going to want to do to her after the fire. She took the brunt of that big time. And she's pretty stand-up, so that'd be a terrible decision to have to make, in my view.
So you heard what Sammy said about her Scientology connections?
I did, which was news to me when I heard it.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know what to make of that. I'm sure there's nice ones.
I don't know.
There's certainly been successful ones.
So
shit.
Yeah, we've been left with a bad taste in our mouth because of Peter Moon concerning Scientology.
Well, and for 1,000 reasons. It's not my church of choice. Except all the Simpsons writers writers and voices were Scientology. That's a nest.
Were they really?
So Scientologists are funny. Yeah, I'll give them that.
Oh my God, that's awful.
I don't care what they are.
I
That
had
shit
no
was
idea.
funny.
I had no
Yeah.
idea. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Nancy Cartwright, the voice of Bart Simpson, is like a high E-popped in the church.
Okay, Jesus.
But the other thing, a Sammy thing with down there, was it not Chad Bianco, 4th place in mayor, the sheriff that seized at least 500,000 ballots?
Mhm. Okay. That's
Remember
right.
that?
Yes,
That just happened.
that's right.
What the fuck? Did he get away with that?
I don't know. I didn't follow up. It was one of these things that
It kind of dropped out.
Yeah, it
but
did.
what the hell?
Yeah, I heard about
What
it.
the hell?
Yeah, I heard about it.
And
Never-
he
yeah.
was the one that publicly said he'd refuse
Mhm.
to make anybody in law enforcement wear a mask,
Right.
even when California passed the laws that everybody rounding up immigrants had to have their face out.
Yes. Yes. In other words, he
So
said that he was going to allow the ICE troopers or any other law enforcement involved with them collaborating with them to wear masks, is what you're saying.
had a press conference to announce it.
Yes.
That
Like,
fucker.
which brings us back to
God,
piracy.
he's monstrous.
Yeah,
Monstrous.
yes, I do want everyone to know that I'm hoping, you said it was a high and by, but you're welcome to stay if you can at all, just like Sammy is welcome to and interject.
And yeah, I hope he caught that. He might had to go.
Yeah, did you catch that, Sammy? Yes, if so, let us know. But yeah, we'd certainly appreciate
He'll have words on those things, I know.
Yes. Yeah. And so by the way,
And I'm happy coasting along for a bit.
yes, excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
So as we said earlier, of course a man as enthralled by gold as Donald Trump would be bound to find a natural affinity with pirates. In fact, the Trump maladministration is taking a buccaneering attitude around the globe, not just in the misactions in the Middle East that Trump described in West Palm Beach, Florida, when he said, oh, we took over the cargo, took over the oil. It's a very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates, to quote as he verbatim. Basically, it's beyond that. The American empire continues to blow up boats, including one in the Pacific Ocean and Caribbean without any due process or basis in law, while I was hosting our latest transmission on Wednesday midweek last. And in Washington itself, a prominent senator has proposed that the United States government recommission privateers, basically government-licensed mercenary pirates, to battle narco-traffickers. Since the start...
Private pirates, yeah.
Yes.
Out of the government pay loop.
Yes.
Or subcontractors, if you will.
Subcontractors, yes. They would be the equivalent of Blackwater mercenaries, and they would be seaborne. Now, except they'd be actively search and destroy. As opposed to Blackwater, most of its mercenary duties were theoretically escort. This would be search and destroy. Now, since the start, these strikes, as performed by the United States Navy and ergo the United States government, have been a lawless operation. Few legal experts believe there is any justification for them. The Trump maladministration claims that those targeted are drug smugglers, but has never presented any evidence for this. Surely a few of them are, albeit reliable reporting exposes that the overwhelming majority are not. Even if the maladministration had evidence of drug smuggling, that is not the same thing as a conviction. And even if these people had a conviction, federal law does not establish capital punishment for drug trafficking. The attacks received lots of attention when they began, much of it negative, and a few outlets, especially those based overseas, have stayed focused on covering them, But the attention of the American public, and more egregiously, our Congress, has moved on, what with all the flailing wars and cartoonish corruption going on. Meanwhile, the strikes have actually accelerated. Like the pirates of the Golden Age, the United States military is functioning as an unseen menace, dealing death with no warning or recourse. More than 200 people have been murdered in these strikes. But as the New York Times reported earlier last week, the campaign has made no dent in the cocaine trade into these United States. Thusly, the Senator Mike Lee would rather this work be done by private individuals. The UTAN introduced a bill in December that would authorize the president to issue letters of marque, a tool by which the government licenses private individuals to attack foreign interests by seizing ships as a way of taking on drug traffickers. Our Constitution does indeed specifically grant Congress the power to issue letters of marque, though they were effectively abolished by an international treaty in 1856, unto which our United States was never signatory. Nevertheless, the wisdom of encouraging private Americans to get into armed battles with cartels is certainly debatable, and the Senate has not advanced the bill. In the absence of privateers, Trump obviously enjoys the idea of the United States military acting as outlaws on the high seas. During his protracted attempt to figure out what he wants and what he can get out of the war in Iran, Trump announced a full blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. As Lawfare's Todd Huntley writes, that full blockade is a violation of international law, even though that's not actually what the United States is doing. One sometimes gets the sense that Trump abuses maximalist language without even knowing or ever caring what it means, simply because it sounds cool to him, himself having also futilely called for Iran's unconditional surrender. No one disputes that the Iranian government is acting illegally in the strait. Under international law, the Strait of Hormuz is open to navigation, but Iran has mined the strait and allowed only certain vessels to pass through, whilst attacking others. The trillion-dollar question being what the United States can do in response. Complicating the matter is the fact that Iran closed the strait only after Trump launched an illegal war that is, by every definition, an act of aggression under international law and unauthorized by Congress. The traditional and responsible role for these United States in the lineage of fighting the Islamo-terrorist Barbary pirates would be to defend the international norm of free navigation and push to reopen the strait. Trump has been willing to mouth these words. Visiting the Communist Chinese Empire of the East last month, he claims he raised the issue with Xi Jinping. But Trump did not make it any major focus and received no commitments from Xi. Self-evidently, what really excites Trump is not freedom of navigation, but financial gain. As his remarks in West Palm Beach indicated, Trump is taken with the idea of seizing ships and selling their cargoes. He had the same impulse with oil tankers carrying Venezuelan oil, which the American empire seized this winter. The problem is that, as with many of Trump's past schemes to make money, this one is a self-negating shit pit in practice. As the New York Times reported in March, maintaining just one seized oil tanker has cost us $47 million. Perversely, Trump's war in Iran has driven up the price of oil. So the cargo on board is more valuable. Seizing ships doesn't seem like a very effective way to fill our Treasury's coffers, and embracing freebooting carries risks besides merely financial ones. Free and peaceful navigation have enabled the prosperity of the American empire and much of the world. No child or reader of Robert Louis Stevenson can deny the allure of pirates, but the marauders are rarely the good guys in the story. Just looking at a little input from Brendan ̶OGHET here and responding thereunto. Now, symptomatic of such presidentially sanctioned postmodern piratical roguery is the salient statistic of 1 in 16 mass-pardoned January 6th rioters having been arrested again. It turns out that a presidential mass pardon is not a personality transplant. Mere hours after his inauguration, Donald Trump granted immediate clemency to over 1,600 traitors charged for storming our United States Capitol on January 6th of 2021 in their mutual attempt to overthrow our legal government. According to a new analysis by Lawfare, at least 97 of them, roughly 1 in 16, have since been guilty of another crime. These charges are not parking tickets. They range from trespassing and drug paraphernalia to stalking, theft, defrauding the government, plots to assassinate officials, and downright homicide. At least 14 that we know of have been charged with violent sex crimes. And all of these crimes involve child pornography. Another half dozen faced domestic violence charges. At least 20 have been picked up for driving drunk or public intoxication. Andrew Paul Johnson.
They get the court and they claim they got immunity.
They do.
Because they're traumatized.
Yes.
Yeah. For being mistreated on the 6th.
Thank you. Yes, Andrew Paul Johnson.
I don't know if it works.
What? Honey? Say that again?
I don't know if it works. It gets them off.
All I can say is they get bailed by the president himself. He's very proud of them.
Amen.
Andrew Paul Johnson. Mark that name. Andrew Paul Johnson was sentenced in March to life in prison for transmitting child pornography and sexually assaulting a child under 12 years of age. Trump wants him out and free to do it again. Ryan Nichols was charged in May after threatening someone with a gun in a church parking lot. Trump personally had him pardoned again because Trump, for his own part, is prouder than ever of his charges. As recently as Wednesday midweek last, while defending his $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund, Trump called all the recipients great people and said they should be reimbursed for a crooked government. No punchline needed, other than compounding the felony exponentially by granting these criminal co-conspirators access to closely guarded secrets. On January 6th of 2021, the 19-year-old Turk, İlyas Irizarry, was among the members of a violent mob that broke into our United States Capitol and attempted to overturn the legitimate results of our recent presidential election. He was convicted of trespassing on government grounds, and videos from that day show him entering through a window with a metal pole in his hand. Now he brags access to sensitive national security information as an employee of the Department of Defense. As part of his deal with then-President Biden's Justice Department, Irizarry pleaded guilty to the misdemeanor charge of entering and remaining in a restricted building or grounds and was sentenced to 14 days in jail. But as with all of the other January 6ers, he was fully pardoned on Donald Trump's return to office last year. The Washington Post reported this week that the now 25-year-old Irizarry works at the Pentagon's Special Operations and Low-Intensity Conflict Office. He's been tasked with guarding our very nation against terrorist threats, despite the fact that he himself participated in a mass terrorist attack on our own government just over 5 years ago. His trajectory aligns with Trump's ongoing effort to reframe the January 6th insurrectionists as patriots, acting in support of a righteous cause, and reflects the White House's tendency to reward illegal actions performed in the service of the treasonous president and his enemy agenda. At the time of insurrection, the ethno-Turkish Irizarry was a freshman at the Citadel, a public military college in South Carolina. He was suspended from school after his guilty plea, after he apologized for his involvement in the conspiracy to overthrow our legal government. At his 2023 sentencing, he reapplied and was accepted. The judge even wrote him a recommendation letter. Irizarry ran for Congress in 2024, and his campaign website explained that he'd truly seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of America. He lost in the Republican primary, albeit he captured 28% of the vote. But does the fact that Irizarry apologized and that a DOD spokesperson says that he believes Irizarry is qualified mean that he should have access to our nation's most closely guarded secrets? By the way, yes, our man Sammy says November elections are going to J6 2.0. Trump pieces are in place. Don't be afraid to just jump in and say that, by the way. Always feel free to interject. Now, part of the reason government jobs are so coveted is that many careers in public service are rewarded with stability, pensions, and multitudinous other benefits. These positions can come with immense responsibility. And while it's obvious that Irizarry's motivations for taking on this particular role are as seditious as his commander-in-chief's, his hiring is but parcel a calumnious trend. He isn't the first January 6th defendant to hold a position in the Trump maladministration. Jared Wise, who was caught on tape encouraging insurrectionists to kill Capitol police officers, was until recently an employee of the Department of Justice. He resigned because he believed he couldn't fully expose the abuses by the FBI and DOJ against J6 defendants from within the federal government. A former FBI agent himself, Wise was hired specifically for the DOJ's Weaponization Working Group, which was formed to spuriously investigate red alleged abuses of prosecutorial power during the Biden misadministration. Same project having since unintentionally thrown light on the Trump maladministration's own abuses by spectacularly failing to show bias under the Biden misadministration. The day that Donald Trump swore his second oath of office, he signed an executive order demanding accountability for the previous administration's weaponization of the federal government against the American people. Within weeks, the freshly confirmed Attorney Generalis, Pam Bondi, had established a weaponization working group aimed at rooting out supposed abuses of the criminal justice process under the Biden misadministration. Despite this initial fanfare, the weaponization working group has been largely quiet until the week of my biological sire Adolf Hitler's birthday in April. On the Ides of April, the group released its very first report, trumpeting its discovery of shameful abuses of prosecutorial power under the Joe Biden admin against pro-life Americans. But the weaponization working group had discovered very little weaponization at all, and whatever sins it does describe, both real and imaginal, only serve as justification for perpetrating the very thing it decries. The weaponization report taketh the form of a classic Trump two-step. First, claim that normal law enforcement work, when directed against you or your friends, is illegitimate. Then abuse that posited illegitimacy as rationalization for your own revenge. This is justice according only to the playground principle of I'm rubber, you're glue. Or kind of like, I'm using a rubber 'cause I'm raping you. Well, not to prevent you from getting pregnant, but so I don't catch anything. 'Cause I know everybody does this to you. At any rate, this vengefulness will not be surprising to anybody who has been paying attention to the Department of Justice's misbehavior under the second Trump maladministration. But the shoddiness of the report sets out the emptiness and hypocrisy of the project with particular clarity. Back to task, one major concern over the case of Irizarry's job, his security clearance. All positions in the Special Operations and Low Intensity Conflict Office require top secret clearance, which is typically granted only after a rigorous vetting process. The Pentagon has not responded to my questions about the specifics of Irizarry's role. In part because Americans with security clearances can be targets for foreign agents, they're routinely advised to watch for insider threats, red flags among coworkers who could potentially mishandle classified information voluntarily or under duress. One of those tells is hostility to the United States government. Prosecutors exposed that in the months after January 6th, Irizarry sent texts to another J6 terrorist about himself joining Russia's military if America wouldn't accept him. By the way, we're joined with a Holly. You were going to say something, dear lady.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I wasn't. No,
Okay.
I was waving to somebody walking by.
Okay, thank you.
That's all.
Now, the Trump maladministration is still trying to paper over the history of January 6th. In November of last year, Trump also announced mass pardons for the election deniers who plotted to keep him in office. A month later, Trump pardoned Tina Peters, the Colorado County Clerk, who was convicted of electoral interference in 2024. The order didn't carry legal significance. Convicted only at the state level, Peters was technically beyond the president's reach. But eventually, Colorado's Democratic governor, Jared Polis, did what Trump could not, commuting Peters' prison sentence. Immediately following her release, she went on Steve Bannon's podcast and claimed that she was jailed for exposing a Democratic plot to steal the election. Why do Democrats sign their own death warrant? Why would Jared Polis, Colorado's Democratic governor, release this cunt?
That's been very puzzling to me and many others.
Thank
and
you.
that she would then go and do that afterwards. I mean, any kind of gratitude?
None whatsoever. Obviously.
Nothing.
The Democrats are completely suicidal. Go on.
Polis is live wire, he has done pretty good, but nobody was ever real sure he would. And with the fracking and all out there, which is a real thing, oh my God, he's always been a little dicey. So why he went and did that now when Colorado really does have a strong blue showing?
He's insane.
Especially the urban parts.
As I said, this is
what's he thinking? You tell me.
He's not thinking at all. He's the enemy by his actions.
Suicide.
As I've always said, it's a war between the evil party of Republicans and the stupid party of Democrats.
Hey, damn straight. I think he's going to term out soon.
Well, thank God. That was
in the next.
Yeah.
Yeah, even maybe by November.
Well, let's hope so. Now, the decision to mass pardon those involved in the January 6th conspiracy...
Here's the thing. One more thing about that, though. The alternative, again, is so frightful.
Good God, what is the alternative?
It actually makes a horrific MAGA right-wing, drill baby drill, crazy, let's get a coal industry going.
God,
nuts.
yes, that's...
So they make him look like a social democrat.
Jesus
One
Christ.
of those deals.
Yeah.
Anyway,
This is what we're stuck with, honestly. Now, the decision to mass pardon those involved in the January 6th conspiracy to overthrow America, and thereafter gift the terrorists jobs in government, sends the message that crimes can be forgiven as long as they serve the aims of those in power. Government agencies cultivate public trust in part by demonstrating that they're hiring the right people, whereas Irizarry is an active national security risk working on behalf of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. In this maladministration, loyalty to the person of a treacherous dictator is the qualification that matters most. All such having been prefaced, we now, perforce, subsist within a paranoid economy. Consider the mission of Elon Musk's SpaceX, traders' instinct to bet the house, or Wall Street's obsession with dark dates. Are we on the brink of 1929? 1873? Sure, the strongest pitch you can make to investors is claiming your business will end the world as we know it, but American capitalism has gone fully apocalyptic. Millenarian thinking permeates business and the markets. Indeed, capitalism has warped our very understanding of ecology and life's origins. The phrase survival of the fittest is so closely associated with Darwinism that many people assume Charles Darwin himself wrote it. He did not. It was foisted upon him by a contemporary, Herbert Spencer, Aldous Huxley's bulldog. It is true.
I was going to guess Kipling.
No, Kipling's not evil. Not like that. Yeah. It is true, however, that in Darwin's magnum opus titled On the Origin of Species, Darwin emphasized competition as the dominant process behind life. But, like all of us, he himself was shaped by his environment. Darwin presented an account of nature as a competitive struggle not so much because that is how he saw it, but because he sought to deliver in his book what he thought people wanted to hear. This was a time of empire, and also of the Industrial Revolution, when society was gripped by the ideas of Thomas Malthus and Thomas Hobbes, wherein people were thought to be innately competitive and ruthless creatures. And he was right about the appeal. Ever since, Darwinism has been invoked as scientific rationalization for the worst sins of humanity. But other lenses are worth exploring. Darwin also thought in ecological terms, even before the word ecology was coined. Herewith, a communal view cometh to the fore. As we explore, this way of thinking could, perhaps surprisingly, shed light on one of the greatest mysteries of science, the origin of life itself. One of the most promising avenues towards explaining how life arose from non-life take its ideas from the microbiologist Carl Volz, who imagined that life evolved in a communal broth, a loosely knit, sharing conglomeration of molecules. What postmodern research is showing, remarkably, is that many key components and processes of life, including metabolism and even genetic coding for functional proteins, can arise spontaneously, merely through chemistry, rather than seeing life as one lucky winner emerging victorious from some warm little pond, the turn of phrase really being Darwin's coinage, for the record. Instead, it seems that perhaps a propensity for togetherness runs throughout life, right from the start. Regardless, American capitalism has taken an apocalyptic turn. Charles Mackay's opus, titled Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, published in 1841, is reviled by historians and revered among traders. The book is best known for its colorful passages on tulip mania in le 17e siècle, the 17th century, and the South Sea bubble in le 18e siècle, the 18th century. But those wanting to understand business in le 21e siècle, the 21st century, must instead turn to Mackay's chapter on the epidemic terror of the end of the world. Apocalyptic thinking is the strongest impulse in American capitalism today. Elon Musk, a character who could be straight from Mackay's pages, will soon float SpaceX, a rocket company whose professed mission is to avert existential threats to humanity by establishing a colony on Mars. Mr. Musk is America's richest capitalist in part because he is its loudest Cassandra. Mr. Musk is rushing to list before twa other prophets with similarly millenarian Weltanschauungen, our worldviews, do so. Anthropic filed paperwork for a public offering this week. Dario Amodei, its boss, has made much of the destructive potential of his firm's Mythos model, which has thus far, to my knowledge, been kept from the public. OpenAI, run by Sam Altman, will probably file its paperwork soon. The lab recently published a utopian plan for the social contract after, or rather under, AI. American business nowadays is best segmented not by industry, but eschatology. The threat of war looms nearly as large in business as that of AI. Last year, Alex Karp, the boss of Palantir, wrote a book arguing that the future of the West depends on high techno-defense companies such as his own. Palmer Luckey, the founder of ANNUÄL, another defense techno-fit, or technoutfit as I've heard it called, often talks up his expectation that communist China on the Asian mainland will try to invade my Taiwan. Every firm selling critical minerals has a compelling story for why theirs would become painfully scarce in the event of such a conflict. Much of Wall Street is in a fatalistic mood. Investor withdrawals from hitherto unknown private credit funds recently shook faith in all private markets. The list of financial innovations central bankers say pose systemic risks to our economy is so long, it's hard to believe the system hasn't collapsed under the weight of its own anxiety. One of these, cryptocurrency, is itself an intrinsically apocalyptic endeavor, since it claims to offer protection against government control and inflation caused by Uncle Sam's spending on, among other things, defense. Dates of previous calamities assume almost superstitious significance. The most read book on Wall Street last year was the journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin's work titled 1929, subtitled Inside the Greatest Crash in Wall Street History and How It Shattered a Nation. A good bet for this year is the Pulitzer Prize-winning historian Liaquat Ahamd. His work titled 1873, subtitled The Rothschilds, The First Great Depression, and the Making of the Modern World. Traders describe the stock market in terms of previous catastrophes. This week, a strategist at Deutsche Bank wrote, "Will 1999 turn into 2000 or 1987? Or will the clock reset back to 1996? That's before you even consider the prospect of a 1973. And surely a 1999 would increase the likelihood of another 2008. A millenarian economy is necessarily a paranoid one. The appearance of comets, has often foretold the end of the world. Nowadays, a website tracks the private jets of the super rich, because they would supposedly flee to safety in the event of a catastrophe. Now, economists anxiously examine America's remarkably resilient economic data for the mark of K, as in the mark of Cain, the symptom that the economy...
That 1883 one was an England thing, was it not?
1873, the
Yeah,
book.
1873. Yeah, that originated in the wealth of England.
I believe so. Yes. Very
Yes,
astute.
an
Thank you.
English thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah, but because
we,
in those days, London was the center of the world economy, without question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the pound sterling.
And for that to
fucking
collapse,
Yeah.
the poor suffered, man.
Yeah.
But the rich guys, they were the first ones to jump out of buildings,
There you go.
as I recall. There's a lot of that in that one.
Thank you. Your points are well taken.
Suicides.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Riveting, Douglas. Riveting.
Now, as I was saying, thank you. As the economists are anxiously examining America's economic data, which in itself is remarkably resilient, considering they're looking for the mark of K, as in the mark of Cain, the symptom that the economy is unsustainably propped up by the super rich while everyone else languishes. Well, we've got the mark of K as our new national brand, people. I don't understand what the economists are fucking looking for. It's right there for all to see. I guess when you're that fucking wealthy, you can't see the forest through the trees, so they need academicians to tell them about it. Permitting disputes have become, let's put it this way, when you seek a permit, there's disputation. And permitting disputes have become questions of national survival. If America were to cede ground in AI to the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, the governor of Utah, his own constituents being up in arms about a massive data center, supermassive data center in state backed by Kevin O'Leary, a TV star best known for appearing on Shark Tank. Well, the governor of Utah has warned that, in his own words, it's over! We're done, folks! If America cedes ground in AI to the communist Chinese. Issues of contract have assumed cosmic importance. As they quarreled over the governance of OpenAI, the Mr. Musk wrote to the Mr. Altman, "I apologize, but the fate of civilization is at stake, man." Debates about regulating business have taken an evangelical turn. Peter Thiel, a technovester, sayest AI will summon the Antichrist in the form of authoritarian rules. In a 40,000-word essay on AI delivered last month, Pope Leo XIV wrote, "Merely regulating it is insufficient. It must be disarmed." A new tune by the pop starlet Charlie XCX captures both the papal and the popular mood. Some of these verses were written by the Blood Boys for me. Spring, summer 26. When the world is gonna end. No hope for any of it. Yeah, we're walking on a runway that goes straight to hell. You know, I think the only reason that people are like open to Charlie XCX is she's easy on the eyes. I mean, just reading these lyrics here, they don't even fucking rhyme. I mean, really? It's got to be, no one's listening to her. They're just looking at her. They're paying to see her, not hear her. But if things are so dire, why are American stocks so expensive? It is often said that American markets today are a triumph of greed over fear. But this gets things the wrong way round. Firms are raising capital in proportion to the intensity of their apocalyptic vision, and are rushing to do so before the impending market collapse all of them expect. Fear of missing out has been replaced with something more hysterical. The instinct to accumulate capital is greater if you believe your labor will soon become worthless, as the hedge fund types concur. They're betting the house, but their portfolios are often indistinguishable from those who think that's nonsense. Other than techno stocks, what else can they buy? If AI does create a new economy, it will be a fast-growing one where bonds are worth less because of inflation and higher interest rates. If it doesn't, it will wreck the existing economy and the bonds will be worth even less. Thus, every investor is an acolyte, whether they believe it or not.
Those bonds are government issued, right?
Thank you. Yes, very astute. Yes, thank you. And what else comes to your mind?
No, just that. It's another part of the takedown of
The
government as we know it.
Thank you. Thank you. Good call. These are the best of times, the worst of times. It is possible, like that little bureaucrat who sneezed on the general's sleeve, for a country to worry itself into irrelevance. But America is an experiment in terrifying yourself to riches. Predictions of total and irreversible change certainly have their uses. There be no stronger pitch to investors than claiming your business will end the world as we know it. That said, an economy which combines widespread distrust of business with a growing elite millenarianism is also a combustible one. Perhaps the danger is not 2008, 1999, 1973, or even 1873, but the eponymous year of David Andrus's book titled 1789, subtitled The Threshold of the Modern Age, a detailed history examining how the revolutionary events of 1789 in France, America, and Great Britain were interconnected. For lawmakers in Washington and American pensioners, a different scary date looms. Project 2032, when the Social Security Trust Fund will run dry. America's Social Security Trust Fund is disappearing, and legislators have just 6 years to fix things. Congress has reformed Social Security before, but that was then. If legislators act soon, the changes don't need to be drastic. But that's not how Washington tends to work. Indeed, exemplary of how Washington has ceased to work at all is the fact that political scientists concur that Trump is creating a new world disorder paid for in blood. In a new piece from the New York Times, Experts warn that President Donald Trump has, at best, a fuzzy respect and understanding of international borders, and the results of that are dragging the world into a new world disorder that looks a lot like the old one, and it is one that will be paid for in blood. Their words, not mine. Stephen E. Hansen and Jeffrey S. Kopstein are political science professors at William and Mary College and the University of California, Irvine, respectively. And together, they also co-wrote the book titled The Assault on the State, subtitled How the Global Attack on Modern Government Endangers Our Future. On the Wednesday before last, they published an op-ed, an opinion editorial column for The Times, the New York Times, highlighting a recent comment from Trump and the vast implications it speaks to. When pressed about whether or not the map of Iran would look the same after his war came to an end, Trump said, "That I can't tell you. Probably not." This sort of disregard for borders and the global system they underpin can also be seen in Trump's blatantly imperialistic desire to annex countries as territories for the American empire. As Hansen and Kopstein highlight, since returning to office, Trump has threatened to take back the Panama Canal, insisted that the United States must control Greenland, and nearly obliterated relations with Canada after repeatedly insisting that it should become our 51st state. Hansen and Kopstein explained that borders can feel natural, even inevitable, to a modern person, but that kind of stability is a historical anomaly, a shift from prior to le XXe siècle, the 20th century, when they were vague, shifting, and endlessly contested. Fuzzy border and territorial disputes were at the heart of both world wars, and in their bloody wakes, the world has put in considerable work to keep them steady. These borderlines, well defined and respected. Now Trump threatens to undo a lot of that progress. Hansen and Kopstein conclude, and here I read therefrom, at length and verbatim. In an administration that frequently confuses swagger with strategy, this remark was nonetheless extraordinary. Iran is one of the largest countries in the world. Redrawing its borders might unleash political, ethnic, and religious conflict that could destabilize the entire region. This is only one example of a much larger pattern. Mr. Trump's notion of international borders is, in a word, fuzzy. Where is all this going? The president has embraced an openly imperial approach to foreign policy, one that regards treaties as provisional, allies as obstacles, and military power as a personal instrument of rule. While commentators have noted the neo-royalist cast of Mr. Trump's worldview, his patrimonial understanding of geopolitics threatens something even more basic: the clearly defined international boundaries that are the very foundation of state sovereignty in the modern world. For someone who talks endlessly about borders, Mr. Trump has a porous idea of what they are. The result of this thinking will be a world of fuzzy borders, leading to a cacophony of territorial claims by rival states across the globe. A system of fuzzy borders in which powerful states treat territory as negotiable and sovereignty as conditional is not a viable alternative to the liberal world order. It would mean the reemergence of a much older political logic in which power, not law, determines the boundaries of political community. The great powers of the 21st century, the United States, Red China, and Russia, may each be tempted by this patrimonial vision of international affairs, but the price of returning to that world would not be paid in prestige or rhetoric, but in blood. Qualifying the aforecited analyses, is the mitigating factor that Russia's Ukrainian war disaster is quietly turning it into something it never wanted to be. Commu-capitalist China's junior partner. Russia's economic forecast is gloomy, with slow growth predicted for 2026. Economic forecasts range...
Douglas.
Yes, honey? Yes?
You're brilliant, but I gotta walk home.
Okay, love you dearly.
I'll go to the tube. Thank you.
Stay
Brilliant,
safe and be
brilliant. And I'll have money next month, so help me. Yes, I will.
Goddess bless you, honey. I love you. All
You
right.
too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye
Bye.
for now. Now, economic forecasts concerning the Russian Federation range from around 0.8% to 1.1% of gross domestic product, according to the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, respectively. Indeed, Russia's central bank largely concurs with the forecast and estimates this year's growth in the 0.5 percentile to 1.5 percentile range. Conservatively, Russia can expect about 1% growth this year, give or take a few tenths of a percentage point. Obviously, growth is slowing. By far and away, the biggest drag on the Russian economy now is that the temporary wartime boost the economy experienced following the illegal invasion of the Ukraine is fading. Though the Russian Federation geared its entire economy toward supplying and supporting the Russian military machine, the limits to that internal expansion appear to be at an end. High interest rates weigh on borrowing, investing, and consumer credit. Russia, oil, and sanctions are the themes of life itself here. The largest source of Russia's funding is energy, and oil is still central to Russia's dimmer outlook. The International Monetary Fund's slight upgrade to Russia's growth forecast to 1.1% was tied to higher commodity prices, but volatility in global energy markets. In part, caused by the ongoing war in Iran, has made Russian budgetary plans far from stable. Sanctions matter too, as they crimp trade, raise transaction costs, and put additional pressure on strained import and export channels. The war in Iran was somewhat of a windfall for the Russian Empire, as volatility in the global market was a modest windfall. The Trump maladministration's machination to allow the purchase of some Russian oil to help alleviate energy shortages gave the Russian Federation a bit of a cushion. But we still have, over there, a labor shortage and inflation. You see, one persistent problem is Russia's labor shortage. Though unemployment is at a near historic low, the Russian central bank warns that Russia faces an unprecedented shortage of workers caused in large part by the needs of the Russian military, which vacuums up military-age men with the promise of high bonuses and wages. Inflation in Russia is thus elevated. The central bank raised its 2026 inflation forecast to 4.5% through to 5.5%, which helps explain subdued growth. Then, of course, we have the military spending, because Russian military spending stood at 8% of gross domestic product in 2025, up from 3% of GDP in 2021 before the outbreak of the war in Ukraine following Russia's full-scale invasion of that sovereign state. The civilian side of the Russian defense sector operates continuously, even at night, to meet Russia's intense demand for ammunition and matériel de guerre, literally materials of war, it is, military equipment, which partially explains the Russian Federation's labor shortage and the empire's recruitment of foreigners to work in civilian jobs, including weapons and ammunition production. Teenagers have also been drawn into the defense sector, building drones and other weapons. In point of fact, as brought to my attention by Brendan ̔OGHET via the Telegraph, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire is seriously considering lowering the Federation's working age to 12 and reopening Soviet's child labor camps to solve Russia's job crisis. Regardless, Russia's future is modest and beholden to Beijing. The Russian economy will grow more slowly than those of other countries and will lack funding for nearly everything except the military. It be self-evident that Russia's growing dependence on the communist Chinese Empire of the East will only grow in the future, and Russia's fate is to be that of Beijing's bitch, the junior partner to the Chi-Com murder machine. Alexander Koliander, a senior fellow with the Democratic Resilience Program at the Center for European Policy Analyses, concludes that although the situation for the Kremlin is far from ideal, the Russian economy is not collapsing. To quote Koliander at length and verbatim, Russia's national debt is low at around 17% of GDP. The banking system is stable, employment rates are high, and wages are still creeping up. There will be no currency run, no debt crisis, no bread quiz in 2027. The Kremlin will continue to fund its war in the Ukraine. That, in a sense, is the point of the new forecast. It formalizes the trade-off Putin has chosen. Of the three things the government tries to do at once, finance the war, control inflation, and grow the economy, Russia can now manage only two. The third, growth, is being sacrificed. It is not the picture of a country heading for the cliff. It is a picture of a country settling, with surprising equanimity, for a long, slow decline, and broadcasting to the world that while the state may endure, it will not prosper. This side of Zion's Sino-Slav American synaxis, Trump is ignoring the ticking time bomb that will lead to recession, or worse. The United States and Iran remain in fragile ceasefire, and despite countless reports of a deal to end the conflict between Washington and Tehran being near, no such deal has ever materialized. Trump's failure to close a deal with Tehran stems not only from a steady diet of briefings that minimize bad news about the conflict, but from a personal failing of the president himself, who would rather forget the potentially catastrophic consequences of a prolonged Middle East war. Yesterday, the former United States Army Major and intelligence officer Harrison Mann issued a grave warning over a ticking time bomb, which he exposed President Trump as ignoring, one that, if not addressed, will undoubtedly lead to an unmistakable recession, or worse. In an analysis published yesterday in Zeteo, Mann wrote, and here I read therefrom at length and verbatim, "At this point, it's hard to ignore the evidence that Trump's lack of urgency to sign a deal with Tehran is in part because he's been very slow to understand the actual situation on the ground. Trump's trusted advisors, both in the Situation Room and on Fox News, rarely, if ever, deliver bad news about the war, whether out of ideological desire to see the president finish the job or because they're afraid he'll shoot the messenger. The problem is that Trump apparently views today's pseudo-ceasefire double blockade impasse as a satisfactory solution to a problem he'd rather forget instead of a ticking time bomb. Unfortunately, it may take a new crisis within this crisis, an unmistakable recession, or more U.S. troops killed in the Gulf, to change his mind." Now, the Hormuz crisis itself exposes a global flaw that will take years to fix. Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz demonstrates how a country can weaponize an economic pinch point to seismic effect. The question now is what governments decide to do about it. In an address to a gathering of defense and security officials in Singapore, Lion City, id est Singapore, the Admiral Giuseppe Dragoni, NATO's top military commander, said what the nations are confronting is the weaponization of economic interdependence, a challenge that he said requires closer cooperation between militaries, governments, and industry to fight back. For years, the American empire was the only real player in this strategic game, wielding the United States dollar and the control of the currency, well, the control that currency gave it, over the global financial system to pressure rivals and sanction enemies. More recently, the monolithic communist Chinese superstate has demonstrated that it too wields potent leverage over other countries, including these United States, through its stranglehold on critical minerals essential for manufacturing everything from semiconductors to jet engines. By closing the Strait of Hormuz to shipping, Iran has exploited its geographic position to maximum advantage, finding an asymmetric economic weapon to counter the overwhelming military firepower of the United States of America. A shaky ceasefire is not even holding, while a deal to end the conflict and reopen the strait remains forever unfinished. Reducing the world's reliance on the energy that transits a channel that could be closed by Iran again will require large investments in new pipelines and export routes. Importers will need to rebuild depleted crude oil reserves and stockpile more naphtha, jet fuel, and other oil-derived products to prepare for another shock. They may need to consider hefty layouts on renewables and nuclear power to ensure steadier energy supplies ahead of any new disruption. Building that resilience will cost money and take us years. The impetus to see it through might fade once the crisis has passed. The challenge highlights the difficulty governments face in overcoming economic vulnerabilities that emerge in a deeply intertwined world. Per Gaurav Ganguly, the head of international economics at Moody's Analytics in London, it took us decades of cooperation to get here, and to disentangle all these things is really, really difficult. The global economy has had a taste of this challenge before. Zhonghua Renmin Gonghe, the People's Republic of China, jolted the world with its willingness to use, or rather abuse, its extensive control of the rare earth supply chain to extract concessions from these United States and punish national polities such as the Imperial Japanese Corporate Shogunal Superstate. Threats last year to throttle global supplies rattled automakers and microchip firms and pressured President Trump to lower American tariffs on Communist Chinese imports. The United States of America and other advanced economies such as Europe and the Greater Japanese Commercial Sphere are spending billions of dollars to build up alternative mining and refining capacity outside communist China on the Asian mainland, including in these United States, Malaysia, and the Commonwealth of Australia. But progress is slow, highlighting the difficulty of unraveling a dependency that has persisted for years. Miners grumble that governments aren't doing enough to encourage Western industry to make the shift away from Chicom minerals. Dainippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, which has endured Zhonghua Daluren, or mainland Chinese rare earth restrictions, as far back as 2010, has spent more than a decade reducing its reliance on its Asian rival for rare earths. Even so, it still sources around 60% of what it needs from Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China. Hong Zhonghua Red China, meanwhile, has been badly squeezed by American export controls on semiconductor technology. The restrictions have hobbled market socialist model China's ability to make or acquire the cutting-edge microchips made by companies such as NVIDIA to train the most innovative artificial intelligence models. Beijing is pouring billions of dollars into its domestic microchip industry in the hope of getting around American imperial restrictions, but it still isn't clear whether the centralized single-party state capitalist China can ever catch up as Taiwanese and American firms keep pushing at the technological frontier. Per Roland Raja, the lead economist at the Lowy Institute, a foreign policy think tank in Australia, the key question, as it has been for some time, is whether governments have the ability to pursue economic resilience without imposing excessive economic costs. Reducing the global economy's dependency on the Strait of Hormuz will be challenging as well. The House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula has a pipeline to the Red Sea, but it has limited capacity. Building new pipelines to bypass Hormuz has been on the drawing board for years, but has been frustrated by the conflict in Yemen and other issues. Gulf states such as the United Arab Emirates can pipe energy to the Gulf of Oman and onto global markets therefrom, but the downside is that pipelines are also vulnerable to attack and can never wholly replace the volume that can be moved through the waterway. Given how interconnected the global economy is, nations trying to reduce dependencies on others and neutralize choke points need to be careful they don't swap one dependency for another. The revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire's illegal invasion of the Ukraine has made Europe dependent on American natural gas at a time of strained relations, while Marxist-Leninist China controls the global supply chain for batteries, as well as solar, wind, and other renewables energies. Well, the renewables technology that enables us to tap those energies from the very air about us, from the sun itself. It's impossible, but it's like the old joke. Oh, good news, we've gone solar. Bad news, the Arabs have bought the sun. The air may be all around us, but only the Chinese have enough windmills. The sun may be there for us all, but only the Chi-Coms have the tech to tap it in any volume. Abraham Newman, a professor at Georgetown University, who co-authored a book on the weaponization of economic interdependence, thus concludes that, in his own words, people have to be careful whenever they try to figure out how to diversify. Do you just create a new weaponizable dependency? Ergo, by Tehran's own strategic calculus, Iran embraces the forever war, with Tehran's new strategic calculus resting on the idea that confrontation strengthens the regime's dead hand, lying heavy over Aryan Islamasia and the world's carotid artery. For the last 12 months, Iran and the United States have carried out fitful, unsuccessful peace negotiations. After striking a non-existent ceasefire agreement at the beginning of April, officials from both countries have traded and then rejected long-term proposals. They have announced that they are nearing some kind of deal and then hit each other with a volley of drones and missiles. When asked about the reports that Iran was cutting off talks on Monday, Trump said, "I don't care if they're over, honestly." The discussions, he declared, had started to get very boring. Tehran and Washington may still reach some kind of agreement in the coming months. Neither side's top leaders seem to be itching for a return to intense combat, although with Iran, some senior officials are. But even if they do reach a deal, Iran and the United States will remain locked in a broader conflict, trading barbs and perhaps military attacks. That is, in part, because the countries remain far apart on their core disputes. Washington is still demanding that Tehran completely dismantle its nuclear enrichment program, surrender all enriched uranium, end support for regional allies, and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran, however, has repeatedly refused to give up on enrichment. It says it will probably consider Washington's other demands only after the United States recognizes Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, compensates Iranians for wartime damages, ends Israel's war in Lebanon, and unfreezes Iranian assets. But there is another reason why the sides won't ever make real peace. Iran has concluded that conflict is preferable to diplomacy. The war, after all, is effectively helping Tehran increase its international power. By striking Arab states that host American bases, Iran has succeeded in driving a wedge between American officials and their Persian Gulf partners, who desperately want a lasting settlement. By closing the Strait of Hormuz, it has forced a collection of countries around the planet to acknowledge its power and negotiate over the fate of their ships. Previous agreements with the United States, meanwhile, have always unraveled. The Islamic Republic's strategy, then, is not merely to survive and outlast the American empire, as is commonly assumed. The country is not even really trying to resolve its disputes with Washington. Instead, it wants to fundamentally alter how Tehran is dealt with by the United States, American imperial allies, and indeed, the wider world. It aspires to be a pole in a multipolar world order, and it believes that the war is helping it achieve that goal. So, we're definitely under the influence here. But of what? The Islamic Republic is no stranger to conflict with Washington. Indeed, from its earliest days, the regime has centered much of its foreign policy on confronting these United States. But traditionally, the country's internal political competition constrained that impulse and periodically compelled the regime to pursue diplomatic openings. This pattern culminated in 2015 when Iran's pragmatic president, Hassan Rouhani, leveraged his landslide electoral victory to negotiate a nuclear deal with the United States, despite the Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's objections. But the collapse of that agreement, prompted by the United States' withdrawal under Trump and the subsequent wars with Washington, have shifted the internal balance of power almost entirely toward leaders who see greater danger in any compromise than in confrontation. After the United States began its protracted bombing campaign on February 28th, in particular, the regime's more cautious voices either largely went quiet or joined the ranks of the hardliners. As a result, the hardliners are now firmly in command of Iran. They already feel vindicated by the war's outcomes. Many, for example, have spent decades threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz and strike at infrastructure across the region, but they were held back by more pragmatic colleagues who feared that doing so would invite massive military retaliation and thus prompt domestic backlash. Yet when Tehran finally followed through after Israel and its American satellite states in union murdered Khamenei and devastated military and civilian infrastructure across the country. Many Iranian elites and citizens cheered. The Islamic Republic, meanwhile, quickly gained leverage. Asian countries, in desperate need of Persian Gulf oil and gas, have pleaded with Iran to offer their ship safe passage. Even European leaders have struck a more accommodating tone. The United German Bundeskanzler Friedrich Merz, who had previously praised Israel for doing her dirty work against Iran, has distanced Berlin from the operations and stated that Tehran has humiliated Washington. Le French President Emmanuel Macron has ruled out any military deployment in region. Multiple European officials have opened channels with their Iranian counterparts. The Kingdom of Norway's deputy foreign minister has even visited Tehran in search of a resolution. This outcome is not surprising. Arab states do not like being attacked, and the Strait of Hormuz is a major transit way for all kinds of essential goods, including fossil fuels. Its closure has thus helped eliminate what was a decades-long asymmetry between Tehran and Washington. Previously, the latter held a clear advantage in economic warfare because it could use unilateral sanctions and control of the dollar to obstruct Iran's access to the global economy. The former, meanwhile, could do almost nothing in response. But now it can, and it has. By shuttering the strait, Iran has ensured that American consumers will feel economic pain whenever they go to the gas pump and the grocery store. Iranian leaders believe that, in time, these domestic economic pressures will force Trump to relax sanctions enforcement. The closure, of course, also harms the rest of the world. But for Tehran, this is all the better, because it could compel other countries to seek bilateral trade and financial agreements with Iran in exchange for access to the strait, thus circumventing American imperial sanctions. There is a final reason why the Islamic Republic sees the war as helpful. In its view, the conflict will force Washington to reconsider its assumption that Tehran is weak. The American empire, after all, has suffered more than the White House has let on. According to American news reports, Iranian strikes on United States bases were surprisingly effective and damaging, and even managed to disable expensive missile defense radars. Iran's missile arsenals are also more intact than American officials have claimed. Iran has nonetheless suffered serious blows, and the Zionist and satrap American militaries remain far more sophisticated than Tehran's armed forces. But the Islamic Republic has concluded that no matter the prowess of its adversaries, neither Israel nor its puppet United States and Covenant can defeat Iran on the battlefield. The prolonging of the war, then, is a way to prove that Washington's earlier assessment of Iran, that its military was hollowed out and that the regime was on the brink, was wrong. We're all playing with fire now. Iran's hardline elites may broadly agree about the need to keep confronting Washington, but they do have some tactical disagreements, particularly over just how far Tehran should go in retaliating against American imperial strikes. Some policymakers argue that Iran has been too restrained during the post-ceasefire period, and that instead of launching a few missiles and drones at American bases in the Middle East, it should be targeting American soldiers directly and continuously. Only body bags, in their view, will force Washington to recalculate the true cost of continued confrontation. Others contend that Iran should be more focused on defending Hezbollah in Lebanon, which remains under attack from Israel, including by hitting more United States assets in hopes of forcing Washington to supplicate unto its Zionist suzerain. Iran's elites also occasionally squabble over how to complement military pressure with selective diplomatic engagement. These debates play out openly on state-controlled television and at pro-government rallies, where some figures accuse others of being excessively eager for negotiations. Such accusations grow stronger with each round of unsuccessful talks, whose repeated failure has prompted Iranians to become even more suspicious of Washington. In this environment, it is becoming increasingly costly to publicly support diplomacy. Iran does still have some politicians who worry that the country's leadership is overplaying its hand and who favor making concessions to reach a settlement. They have warned that the continued disruption of global energy markets may unite much of the world against Tehran rather than against Washington, that the United States retains tools, including cyber attacks, it has not deployed that could prove far more paralyzing, and that the resumption of fighting could thus inflict decades' worth of damage to Iranian infrastructure. The war, after all, has already devastated Iran's steel, gas, and petrochemical industries, generating painful domestic shortages. But Tehran has concluded that these risks will be present even if it tries to forge a grand settlement. In fact, it believes that compromise will only imperil Iran further. Israel's and Washington's June 2025 and February 2026 attacks both came in the midst of talks under a flag of truce, betrayed by Judea-America. And so many regime officials believe that the United States sees Iranian outreach only as a sign of weakness. The Islamic Republic's leadership has reoriented its strategy accordingly, exploiting negotiations as a tool for managing warfare. It engages in talks mostly to demonstrate to other states that it is serious about diplomacy, thereby lowering international pressure, and it does so to control the tempo of conflict. It refuses, however, to make offerings that would diminish its leverage or signal vulnerability. In this sense, it has effectively modeled its approach to diplomacy on what it sees as Washington's own, namely, be unpredictable, negotiate only from a position of strength, and insist on major giveaways while offering very few concessions. That is why Iranian elites have mused about returning to war and refused to entertain Washington's demands until the American officials meet theirs. The result is a zero-sum dynamic that makes true peace nearly impossible, at least for now. The regime believes that confrontation strengthens its hand. It is happy to withstand economic pain if it can control the strait. The American empire, by contrast, has so far refused to leave the strait in Iranian hands. The world then might settle into a new normal in which the United States maintains some kind of blockade of Iran, Iran maintains some kind of blockade of the strait, and both sides perpetually engage in skirmishes and perhaps return to outright conflict. Such an outcome will be terrible for Iran's 90 million residents, who now face a continued collapse in their living standards. It will also be bad for the billions of people across the world who depend on the Strait of Hormuz for oil, gas, and fertilizers. But as far as the regime is concerned, it is not bad for Iran's government. The Islamic Republic remains a functional, operational, and cohesive polity. It has demonstrated that it can withstand extreme amounts of pressure. Most of all, it has proven that it can single-handedly weaken the global economy, and that it is thus a force to be reckoned with. Ipso facto, the remade Islamic Republic will reshape the Middle East. This brings us to Iran's new grand strategy. At the outset of Israel's American war on Iran in February of 2026, the Islamic Republic appeared battered and weakened. Large-scale bombing had destroyed industry and infrastructure, and a United States naval blockade had devastated an already ailing economy. In early March, the United States President Donald Trump told reporters on Air Force One, "We've decimated their whole evil empire." Several weeks later, he declared total and complete victory. 4 months in, however, the picture looks quite different. Iran retains its military and industrial capacity, and despite Trump's call for Iranians to topple the regime, no popular uprising is in the offing. The war's initial aim, to deliver a death blow to the Islamic Republic, has proven unattainable. Rather than breaking Iran, the crucible of war has transformed it in unanticipated ways. To survive and establish new strategic advantages, the Islamic Republic had to adapt and innovate, changing how it waged war, ran the state, and managed society. And it had to do so with unprecedented speed. Tehran is now confident in what it has achieved and determined to consolidate those gains at home and abroad. The war has given rise to a new Iran, one that will reshape the Middle East and influence the course of geopolitik for years to come. It started with a quiet secession. Sensing that the Iranian regime was weakened by Israel's 12-day war in June of 2025 and a popular uprising in January of 2026, Israel and its Arts Habrit, the land of the covenant, it is these United States, launched airstrikes on Iran on the 28th day in February. They expected a quick victory through targeted mass assassinations of Iran's leadership, but mass decapitation did not produce regime collapse. Instead, it opened the door for a new generation to take it over. Many Western observers view the new leadership that emerged during the war, which is dominated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as more ideologically hardline and hawkish toward Israel and its 50 American vassal states in union. But that's not quite right. What truly distinguishes it is subtler and more consequential. Observers outside Iran focus on the handful of top leaders, such as Mojtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader, Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, and Ahmad Vahidi, the commander of the IRGC. More important, however, is the transformation in the ranks below them. A new generation of IRGC commanders and civilian security officials who came of age after the 1979 revolution. They now hold key decision-making positions, Dietrichonic in nature, as in der Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master key, in terms of their positional responsibility. And their nationalistic outlook on statecraft and security is redefining the Islamic Republic. The Weltanschauungen, the worldviews of the founding generation of the revolution, including its former leaders, the Róllah Khomeini and the Ali Khamenei, were forged by their long opposition to the American-backed rule of Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, and years spent in the Shah's prisons or in exile. Those at the helm today, Iran's second generation of revolutionaries, including Mojtaba Khamenei, Ghalibaf, and Vahidi, were teenagers and young adults during Gulf War I, the Iran-Iraq War. Their Weltanschauung, their worldview, was hardened in the trenches of the longest conventional war of le XXe siècle, the 20th century. Those in the new managerial class of Iran's political and armed forces, the third generation of the revolution, know nothing but post-revolutionary Iran. The members of this officer class of the armed forces and the IRGC, along with their affiliated security institutions, adopted a structured, technocratic culture and a strategic outlook built around national defense, not revolutionary ideology. And they govern with the confidence of leaders who believe they have successfully defended Iran in 12 wars against militarily superior powers, last year's 12-day war and this year's far larger conflict, achieving something the revolution had only promised, a genuine weakening of American power in the Middle East. The previous supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed on the first day of the February War, was the product of the intellectual and political currents of pre-revolutionary Iran in the Pahlavi era. His political education had been honed by debate with secular nationalists, leftists, and liberals who shared his goals of toppling the monarchy and standing up to Western imperialism. Once in power, the revolution's leaders imposed their ideology on Iran, but they never overcame the insecurity inherent in asserting the right to rule over a society that would not wholly submit. The new generation knowest none of this firsthand. Most of them were children at the founding of the Islamic Republic and were raised believing in its right to rule. These men did not fight their way to power. They came of age inside the institutions of power, taking their legitimacy as given. The insecurity that marked the founding generation, the constant need to prove that the revolution was real, its claims serious, the old elite truly defeated, is largely absent. They are not defending a revolution. They are administering a state. This psychological distinction has enormous practical implications. When Ali Khamenei's generation confronted the world in hostage negotiations, nuclear talks, regional confrontations, there was always an undercurrent of grievance, a voice rising in the rhetoric of historical injustice and Islamic vindication. It was powerful and real, but a strategic liability. It made them predictable, defensive, and prone to conflating the defense of their ideology with the defense of Iran's national interests, which did not always neatly align. The new generation has separated revolution from statecraft. At home and abroad, it neither espouses revolutionary grandiosity nor advocates revolutionary activism. The new leaders are establishment actors, pragmatic, hardened nationalists, operating with a clear-eyed assessment of Iran's capabilities and vulnerabilities. Unlike their predecessors, they can exercise strategic patience and act decisively. They look at Iran's weaknesses frequently and publicly, something the founding generation was too insecure to do honestly, and they treat them as problems to be solved. That instinct drove the changes Tehran made between the 2 wars. They are now battle-hardened. Before the Judeo-American attack in June of 2025, Iran's rulers had assumed they could indefinitely sustain a no-war, no-peace standoff with Israel and its 100 satrap American states in union. They were proven wrong, and the reckoning with that complacency began the moment the 12-day war ended. The new IRGC leadership expected the June ceasefire to collapse and another war to follow, possibly with the United States involved from the start. Iran's universities, research institutions, think tanks, and government bodies began hosting debates about lessons learned and changes required. More institutional change took place in those 8 months than in the previous 10 years combined. Many executive decisions on trade, agriculture, and management of economic and social services were decentralized from Tehran to provincial capitals, and the organizations overseeing propaganda, communication with domestic audiences, and information dissemination abroad underwent a generational overhaul. Institutional lethargy had long defined the Islamic Republic's bureaucracy. Now it gave its way to the imperative of rapid adaptation. In the process, the technocratic decision-makers took charge. After Khamenei was killed in a Judeo-American airstrike, the succession of his son, Mujtaba, was swift and remarkably orderly. The new generation that emerged from the June 2025 war chose him in part because he had long championed them. Mujtaba was a member of the IRGC and fought in the Iran-Iraq war before entering the seminary to become a cleric. He later served at his father's side, overseeing the IRGC's transformation and the rise of its future leadership. Mujtaba's ascent confirmed and accelerated the generational transformation, producing not the institutional collapse Washington expected, but its opposite. The manner in which the elder Khamenei was killed, at his home rather than in a bunker, mattered enormously. The new leaders immediately framed his death as martyrdom, and that framing worked. Rather than demoralizing the system, Khamenei's assassination gave the new generation of leaders direction and purpose. Their first act was to mobilize the Islamic Republic's rank and file around his death. That messaging also drew a larger segment of Iranian society to rally around the flag. Iran's conduct of the subsequent war reflected the new generation's technocratic approach. The Islamic Republic had long operated through a chaotic maze of competing power centers, which produced endless internal debate and sclerotic inertia. But between the 2 wars, that chaos gave its way to organizational discipline and resilience. A new Supreme Defense Council, led by the IRGC generals Abdolrahim Mousavi, Mohammad Pakpur, and Ali Shamkhani, was created to expedite military changes. Ghalibaf, a former IRGC general who became Speaker of Parliament in 2020, and Ali Larijani, the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, performed parallel roles in the civilian and economic bureaucracy, working through government ministries and municipal authorities. Veterans of Gulf War I, the Iran-Iraq War, these men had learned to manage against insurmountable odds on the front lines. Facing Iran's biggest challenge since the 1980s, the revolution's founding generation moved swiftly to reorganize statecraft around war. These older leaders oversaw the transition to the new generation, which quickly reorganized the scattered nodes of power into a coherent decision-making structure that could survive the loss of any single leader. Iran's armed forces were reorganized into a web of operational commands, resembling a guerrilla force more than any conventional military, with authority concentrated among like-minded cohorts rather than distributed among various factions. Larijani, Musavi, Pakpur, and Shamkhani were all killed in subsequent Israeli murder strikes, but the resilience they had helped to build was never diminished. On the battlefield, Iran's armed forces applied the lessons of the June 2025 war with precision. They responded to the Judeo-American assault that began in February of 2026 with systematic salvos of missiles and drones designed to deplete Israeli and puppet American interceptor stockpiles across the region. They had concluded that their adversaries expected to destroy Iran's missile capability quickly and were not prepared for a prolonged campaign. During the 2025 war, Israel had targeted the entrances to Iran's missile cities, effectively sealing them and forcing Iran to launch mainly from eastern regions beyond Israel's reach. Iran responded by dispersing its missile launchers across its vast geography and embedding engineers inside the missile cities, alongside military personnel to repair damaged launchers and entrances in real time. This enabled Iran to continue firing longer than Israel and its 50 American vassal states in union had expected. The IRGC also deployed cheap drones to overwhelm United States radar systems and military positions across the Persian Gulf and Israel, impeding the bombing campaign and opening missile routes to targets all over the region. Drawing on the logic of asymmetric warfare and on the experience of using human wave attacks to overwhelm Iraqi positions in the 1980s, Iran dispatched swarms of Shahid drones. These cheap, expendable weapons degraded the aerial defenses protecting United States bases, as well as those of Washington's Arab allies, and opened corridors for precision missiles to strike high-value targets. The Iranian military had learned not just to absorb punishment, but also to win strategic advantage by frustrating its adversaries' war aims. We thus have a new balance of power. The most significant victory for the new generation of leaders is simply that their strategy worked. The state survived mass decapitation. It withstood the punishing Israeli and proxy American bombardment, asserted control over the Strait of Hormuz, and faced down a United States naval blockade. In the process, it expanded the battlefield into the Persian Gulf, inflicting heavy damage on 16 United States bases and rendering several inoperable. In March, Iraqi militias compelled the American empire to abandon Camp Victory, a major United States military installation in Baghdad that United States forces had occupied since 2003. Iranian attacks also created a crisis of confidence among the Gulf states. The Zionized American empire had brought war to their cities and vital infrastructure and failed to protect them. Their economies became collateral damage. The breach of trust between Gulf capitals and Washington will forever outlast the immediate conflict. It remains an open question how many United States bases will even be rebuilt, and whether the United States or its Arab allies will see much use in them against an Iran that has shown it can control the Strait of Hormuz. By closing the strait and targeting energy infrastructure, Iran imposed a significant cost, all too many of them, on global energy markets and trade. That offensive, combining drone swarms, a mosquito fleet of fast boats, and the threat of mines, demonstrated a capability that Washington had long dismissed. Tehran regards the resulting stalemate as a new balance of power. The United States naval blockade has squeezed Iran's economy, but at the cost of laying bare the strategic importance of Iran's grip on the strait. By shifting from air war to naval blockade, the United States in effect admitted that Iran had changed the battlefield on which the conflict would unfold. Trump embraced the naval blockade as the silver bullet that would win the war, but it only put more pressure on the global economy. The stalemate implied greater strategic parity, which the Iranian leadership underscored by saying that the war would end only when Iran and the American empire lifted their chokeholds on the Persian Gulf. Going forward, control of the strait, an undeniably vital global economic choke point, will serve Tehran as an economic lever and a deterrent against future attacks. For Iran's leaders, that newly realized power partly offsets costs it has incurred during the war, including the degradation of its Lebanese ally Hezbollah and other setbacks it has endured in recent years, such as the loss of Suraya as a strategic corridor after the fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime, which had been Iran's staunchest ally in the Arab world. In Tehran's view, Israel's decades-long American containment of Iran has come to an end. The new regional order will be defined less by Zionist American primacy than by multipolarity, with the communist Chinese empire of the East an increasingly central player and Iran an integral rather than a marginal actor. Tehran intends to lock in these gains in any agreement that concludes the war. Its insistence on controlling the Strait of Hormuz and collecting tolls from passing ships, and its preconditions for talks, a ceasefire in Lebanon, and an end to the United States naval blockade, reflect the leadership's belief that the war has shifted the balance of power in its own favor. Iran's new rulers are negotiating accordingly. In a case of statecraft over ideology, Iran secured these strategic gains by applying the lessons of the 12-day war with surprising swiftness. In June of 2025, Iran found itself fighting war on Israel's terms. This time, it was determined to fight on its own. Beyond the reorganization of the Iranian military, several specific developments stand out. One was Tehran's assault on information infrastructure. Iranian commanders understood early that they could not match Israeli and proxy American advantages in satellite intelligence, precision strikes, and integrated aero defense. What they could do was frustrate Judeo-American battlefield decision-making by creating gaps between what sensors observed and what commanders interpreted. Strikes on United States radar installations across the Persian Gulf degraded the early warning and targeting infrastructure underpinning Judeo-American aero operations in region. Iran worked systematically to erode the adversary's technological edge rather than confront it directly. Iran's seizure of the Strait of Hormuz was another major development. closing the strait had long been discussed in Tehran as a practical option, and long dismissed in Washington on the grounds that it would hurt Iran's own exports. Besides, as American officials reasoned, the United States' naval power could destroy Iran's surface fleet at the outset of the war, effectively removing Tehran's capability to close the strait at all. Iran proved all these assumptions wrong. For over 4 decades, Iran's military doctrine had centered on asymmetric warfare designed to exploit the vulnerabilities of Israeli and puppet American conventional forces. It did not need a traditional navy to close the strait. Using drones, fast boats, and the threat of mines, it exercised control over the strait, calibrating pressure methodically, sustaining it for weeks, and avoiding the full confrontation it was not prepared to win. The Strait of Hormuz is now understood by all parties as an Iranian asset rather than an open sea lane backed by any American guarantee. One Iranian analyst has gone on record to state, "Sanctions relief is not important for us anymore because we know it will never come, and even if it comes, it won't be long-lasting. We're not making the same mistakes as before. Now managing Hormuz is the key." This represents a fundamental reorientation of Iran's economic strategy, away from pursuing reintegration into the Western-led financial system, which the new generation considers unattainable, and toward leveraging Iran's command of critical geography. The war has also compelled Tehran to deepen its tactical alignment with the Communist Chinese Empire, building something closer to a strategic partnership. The Iranian leadership has concluded that there is no path to normalization with Artsakh, the land of the covenant, i.e., these United States, but that it cannot face Judeo-American pressure alone. Tehran believes that Beijing sees a resilient Iran as a worthy and proven ally. In May, after meeting his Commu-Chinese counterpart in Beijing, Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, stated, "Our Chinese friends believe that Iran's international position has improved since the war began. A new era of cooperation between Iran and People's China lies ahead." Faced with the eventual task of rebuilding after the war, Iranian leaders are more open than ever to considering the communist Chinese super surveillance state as their primary external partner for reconstruction and economic recovery. Tehran's communications campaign during the war marked another break with the past. The Iranian government's messaging through media and diplomatic channels demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of global audiences. Iranian embassies posted and shared viral content on social media, including animated music videos featuring Lego figures that drove public conversation far beyond the Middle East. Iran's framing of the war reached and persuaded audiences in the Arab world, Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia, and even in Europe and these United States. Iran's strategic communication reflects the same technocratic dexterity that has characterized the military campaign. Finally, Iranian leaders have come to understand that economic malaise is the greatest threat to their political stability. The lesson they drew from recent nationwide protests is that economic grievance acts as a force multiplier for the opposition. No sooner had the ceasefire been announced in April than the government moved ahead with an economic reform package. ending a number of subsidies and politically protected programs, a maneuver that the leadership rationalized as necessary for managing the economic fallout of the war. The rush to publicize infrastructure reconstruction projects, bridges, railways, hospitals, signals that the government is moving toward a new social contract, one that will rest on demonstrated competence rather than ideology. The IRGC has made a public show of its technocratic capabilities on the battlefield. Whether it can bring the same efficiency to managing the economy is the question Iran's new leaders are now asking themselves. But this is all part of the nationalist turn. In the aftermath of the mass uprisings and the subsequent massacre of protesters in January of 2026, Iranians appeared united against the regime. The country's politics were defined then by the rupture between a restless population, tired of isolation, and the deepening pain of American imperial economic sanctions, and an increasingly unpopular and embattled government. The war has complicated that picture. The war's destruction has been vast. Public infrastructure, factories, schools, hospitals, historic monuments, and even entire neighborhoods lie in ruins. As Israeli and Zio-American bombs and missiles pummeled the landscape, Trump threatened to arm separatists, redraw Iran's borders, crush its economy, and annihilate its civilization. Together, these military and rhetorical assaults provoked a nationalist reaction that cut across political divisions. Public anger toward the regime has not disappeared. The grief, frustration, and accumulated resentment of decades of misrule and repression remain. What has changed is the political landscape in which those feelings find expression. Dissent is now refracted through a national struggle against a foreign enemy that Iranians compare to Alexander the Great, who conquered the Persian Empire in the 4th century before Christ. The Arab armies that invaded in Anno Domini 7th siècle, the 7th century in our Lord, and the Mongols, who came as 6 centuries after that. Contrary to Israeli and Zion-American expectations, the war has not sparked street demonstrations. The longer it went on, the less the regime appeared threatened by public uprisings. Iranian society mobilized not against the state, but alongside it, holding daily rallies across the country, forming human chains to protect power plants, and gathering on bridges threatened by Trump. The sharp divide between state and society that had characterized Iran in January blurred, not through persuasion or repression, but through the shared experience of living through the bombing and witnessing its mass destruction. According to a Bloomberg analysis, 2/3 of the targets struck in Tehran before the ceasefire were residential, commercial, and other civilian buildings. In interview after interview, Iranians described explosions that reverberated through their bodies night and day, leaving deep psychological wounds. To them, the Iranian armed forces were no longer the oppressors, but the defenders. A chant heard at rallies across Iran to cheer on Iran's missile and drone strikes captured the shift in mood. "Strike! For you strike so well!" as the Iranian philosopher and dissident Mohammad Mehdi Ardebili said in Tehran during the 5th week of the war. "In this moment in time, the Islamic Republic and Iran are one and the same. If the Islamic Republic falls, Iran falls. The sentiment extended to how the war was managed at home. Iranians noted, sometimes with surprise, that after weeks of bombardment and a naval blockade, there were no food or fuel shortages, and the daily life continued largely uninterrupted. One Tehran resident is quoted as having said, "Besides the bombs, it didn't feel like we were at war. If the Islamic Republic can always manage society this efficiently, we wouldn't have the number of complaints we usually have about them." Such observations are hardly endorsements, but they do reflect a change in how Iranians view their leaders. The government's internet shutdowns intensified this dynamic. When the government cut off outside information as a defense against Israeli and puppet American intelligence operations, Iranians were unhappy but had little choice but to turn to the domestic internet and media. The blackout eliminated diaspora media and social media directed at mobilizing dissent, producing a different kind of national conversation. New and more complex perspectives took root, including about the IRGC, the security threats facing Iran, and what the country has built and must defend. A longtime civil society organizer, who had been repeatedly interrogated for their activism, explained, "I always ignored or dismissed what the Revolutionary Guards or the governing system had to say about Israel or the United States. But these past few weeks, I only have access to internal Iranian messaging apps and news apps, and we've had to consider their positions and see the reality of being attacked on a daily basis." A university professor observed, "The country has entered a national war, and a new identity is being forged, which is one of, are you Iranian enough?" The Islamic Republic has always sought a social contract with its population, but the terms have shifted dramatically across its history. In the early years, that compact was based on revolutionary transformation and the redistribution of wealth. In the 1990s, it shifted to economic growth and limited social openings in exchange for political quiescence. 2 decades ago, the President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad channeled oil revenues to the poor in exchange for loyalty to official ideology. His successor, Hassan Rouhani, promised economic growth through a nuclear deal and sanctions relief. All these efforts failed to create a stable relationship between state and society to varying degrees and for different reasons. What is now on offer is a nationalist technocratic bargain in which state legitimacy rests on a demonstrated ability to defend the country and rebuild it. The terms are national, not Islamic. State media is producing content that normalizes images of women with and without the hijab, the headscarf, standing side by side, frames Iranian identity as cultural rather than purely religious, and reaches toward the parts of society that had most thoroughly rejected the Islamic Republic, such as the youth and the urban middle class. This is not liberalization. In fact, the regime continues to crack down hard on political dissent. But the state now acknowledges that it needs a social base far larger than Islamic ideology alone can provide. Increasingly, the Islamic Republic looks less like a theocracy and more like a right-wing nationalist authoritarian state. Islamic ideology persists, but it is subordinated to the imperative of national cohesion. The test of political fealty is no longer, are you Islamic enough? But are you Iranian enough? The mosque is still present, but the dominant political symbol on necklaces and lapel pins worn by the young and old is now the country's map. Government rallies for the defense of the homeland are drawing even critics of the regime, some of whom paid a heavy price for their dissent in the past. These gatherings have become focal points for a nationalism centered on preserving Iranian civilization and celebrating survival with dignity in the face of overwhelming force. The leadership understands that this is a unique and potentially fleeting moment. The same society that protected the power plants will return to its grievances once the immediate threat recedes. The Iranian people's anger over repression, economic mismanagement, and mistreatment of women and minorities has been subordinated by war, not dissolved. The state's concessions on social issues, the de facto relaxation of hijab or headscarf enforcement, tolerance of concerts and women driving motorcycles, represents an attempt to make wartime unity durable before the political tide turns. Whether they are sufficient to fundamentally alter the relationship between state and society remains to be seen. For Iran's rulers, addressing economic grievances will be essential once the war ends. Washington assumes that Tehran remains interested in negotiating for sanctions relief. But the IRGC is not counting on diplomacy. It no longer believes the Zionized United States will ever lift sanctions. Rather, it seeks a deal that ends the war, consolidates Iran's gains, and paves the way for economic dividends from taxing maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Washington interprets this new posture as obduracy, born of ideological rigidity and factional rivalry in Tehran. In April, the United States Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said, "Unfortunately, the hardliners, with an apocalyptic vision of the future, have the ultimate power in that country. Our negotiators aren't just negotiating with the Iranians. Those Iranians then have to negotiate with other Iranians in order to figure out what they can agree to, what they can offer, what they're willing to do, even who they're willing to meet with." The Vice President J.D. Vance echoed the sentiment in May, saying, "Maybe the Iranians themselves aren't quite clear in what direction they want to go. They also are just a fractured country." Rubio and Vance are wrong. Tehran's defiant approach reflects neither ideological rigidity nor factional infighting. Instead, it demonstrates Iran's newfound confidence and the lessons learned from the war and previous rounds of talks. The nation's leaders understand that the American empire is seeking to get from talks what it could not achieve in war, and that Washington is not interested in any deal, but only in Iran's surrender. Twice before, last June and in February, talks with these United States were interrupted by Israeli and puppet American sneak strikes. And after a collapse in talks in Islamabad on April 12th, Washington immediately imposed a naval blockade, followed by another demand for Iran's unconditional surrender. Iranian leaders already claim they have won the war. They are not prepared to forfeit the gains they have made or to return to the containment cage they occupied before the war. This self-confidence, rooted in the belief that the war has empowered Iran rather than weakened it, is transforming their international outlook. It is also central to the legitimacy they seek at home. Their diplomatic endgame must reflect what Iran's defiance won in the war. This brings us to their multi-front doctrine. Iran's pronounced turn to nationalism at home does not mean that Tehran will abandon its regional allies. It will not fundamentally renegotiate relationships with Hezbollah in Lebanon, Shiite militias in Iraq, and the Houthis in Yemen, but it will manage them with more strategic discipline and less ideological romanticism. The new Iranian leadership will not sacrifice Iran's interests at the altar of revolutionary solidarity. These alliances will be deployed as part of a coherent regional strategy designed to sustain Iran's strategic depth against sustained Israeli and puppet American pressure. Iranian strategists have concluded that it was a mistake during the war in Gaza to allow Israel time to fight the different nodes of Tehran's axis of resistance one by one. The Judeo-American strikes over the past year follow directly from that failure of coordination. But in February, having learned its lesson, Iran quickly activated Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Iraqi militias simultaneously, creating a second front for Israel in Lebanon, expanding the war across the region, and compelling the United States to close Camp Victory in Iraq, which Tehran views as validation of its multi-front doctrine. Iranian commanders maintain their regional network not out of ideological desire to project power, but from the calculation that Iran cannot be fully sovereign as long as it faces military threats and economic strangulation by Israel and its American satellite states in union. Iran's insistence that negotiations with the Judeo-American Empire are contingent on a ceasefire in Lebanon and that a final agreement must end war on all fronts and reflect Iran's strategic gains illustrates this expansive view of regional defense. Judeo-American policy, in Tehran's analyses, aims at Israeli hegemony across the Middle East, an objective that ultimately requires a weak and broken Iran. The axis of resistance, once dismissed by many Iranians as charity for an ideological cause, is now understood by a larger segment of the population as an instrument of national defense. Iran's aim to prevent the United States from rebuilding its damaged radar installations in the Persian Gulf is another expression of the same logic, a deliberate effort to degrade the early warning infrastructure that has underpinned United States military dominance in waters Iran regards as its strategic backyard. We are now confronted and must contend with a new Islamic Republic. The war has been a crucible, forging a new iteration of the Islamic Republic and the first major generational shift since its founding. Power no longer resides with the founders. The second generation now runs military and political affairs, while the third and fourth direct communications and international outreach. In its first years under Khomeini, the Islamic Republic was a revolutionary state, organized around ideological transformation, legitimized by the charismatic authority of the supreme leader and his claim to implement God's will, and oriented in foreign policy toward exporting the revolution. After Khomeini's death in 1989, on through the reform era and the hardline consolidation under Khamenei, the Republic was a post-revolutionary state, perpetually negotiating between its founding ideology and the demands of governance. The leadership managed an increasingly skeptical population through repression, patronage, and limited openings. It saw resistance to American influence as an anti-imperialist imperative, but it was still, above all, an Islamic Republic, ruled by the founding generation and animated by its internal battles. The Republic, born of the Judeo-American Wars, is defined less by ideology than by nationalism, less by revolution than by statecraft, less by clerical charisma than by the confidence and technocratic ethos of a new officer class. In comparative terms, it resembles the military-led nationalist states of XXe siècle, the 20th century, Turkey under the latter Kemalists, Egyptos under Gamal Abdul Nasser, in which ideology persisted but was subordinated to national interest and the imperatives of state power. This turnaway from dogma and toward pragmatic statecraft does not make the Islamic Republic more benign. Nationalist security states are often brutal to their own people and destabilizing to the international order. The emergent Islamic Republic will remain highly authoritarian, but the categories that Western analysts have often used to describe its various factions, hardliners versus moderates, ideologues versus reformists, will be less accurate than ever. The priorities of the new Islamic Republic and how it pursues them will be shaped by the specific experiences of its 12 wars with Israel and its subordinate Arts Habrit, the land of the covenant, it est, these United States. The losses Iran sustained, the confidence its leadership gained, and the new social contract the fighting has made necessary and possible. In parallel, Trump's BOP, his BOP, his Board of Peace, is a transparent power grab that puts rights abusers in charge of global disorder. The American imperial president is proposing a club of impunity, not peace. Trump has taken the United Nations Security Council's authorization to rebuild the Gaza and refashioned it into the authority to oversee the world. Here you can see Trump's Board of Peace evolves into a global power grab, as warned by experts in a British brief. We are going to have to reset that code, so to speak. Let's see if I can grab it. And they're redirecting me. Let's see if it works. Then I can provide a link to our listeners, most hopefully. If not, we'll have to wait until I can. Okay, why is that not redirecting? Now that's pretty, shall we say, offensive. Let's see now if we can find it. If not, well, we'll get back to it, most certainly. Here we are. Let's see what we can do. Grab this and see if we can find it. Because it's the one with the photograph that's needed to drive the message home. No wonder they're hiding it. Damn, let's see now if we can make it work. Otherwise, we'll be talking about this on Wednesday. Okay, come on now, redirect. And britbrief.uk, britbrief.company.uk, Trump's Board of Peace. Okay, how do we make this work? Now, we tried looking for it by a search. By the way, the science fiction novel that I was referencing earlier is titled The Missing Man by Catherine MacLean. The Missing Man by Catherine MacLean, in which she had to change the the Arab population of New York into an enemy in order to get it published as a novel. And we certainly know what was behind that. Now, let's see now. Brit Brief, UK. They really scrubbed this. Man, and it's so important for me to show this to people. Here we are. Let's see if we can find it. I guess the search is not going to take us there. This is just frustrating, but it's also expected. Okay, let's try this. British Brief. Okay, how are we going to do this then? If we are to find this, we'll have to try other search engines. All right, let's see if that works. And in the interim, okay, we'll talk about this because this is important. But I would recommend that everybody come back to us on Wednesday night, which will be here before you know it. Wednesday, same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel. My God, is Holly still on the call? No, it's Aristides. Let's see if he's awake. So Aristides, if you're with us, please feel free to join us and see if you can say a good morning. And we're going to try and look for this. There we are. I found it. Goddamn. Bigger than whale shit. Here we go. Now let's hit that. That's funny because you can't reach it through Firefox. Firefox made it unreachable, and they may make it unreachable here. So let's see now. I'm trying different search engines, and man, they seem really determined. Can't reach the page. Can't reach the page. Took too long to respond. Outrageous. Outrageous. Let's see if we can find it through here. And in the meantime, we're going to do a little further searching using Chrome. Let's try and hit that. And this is incredible. They have really made it impossible. Ooh, shit. Wrong one. Cancel here. There we are. They've really made it impossible to find this article. And that's because, of course, it shows what it shows. The Americans and the Israelis involved in this Bureau of Peace. Now, let's see now if we can find it. Okay, here. Welcome to the jungle. Trump's Board of Peace goes global. Okay, let's see if we hit images. Should be able to find it, but no, of course we can't. Man, they really took this down. Okay, well, I'll see what I can find before Wednesday. And with that, we're going to do our best to provide a link that the listeners can access. Until then, we're stuck without being able to speak of this subject in a manner in which you can grasp its full implications. Nevertheless, let's see what we can find. Okay. Now, once again, we'll all be back. Same time, same channel on Wednesday night. It'll be here before you know it. And that having been said, we've gone over the crisis in the Strait. We're going to be dealing with our own crisis while I, of course, do my best to renew Google and therefore am able to maintain a functionality at all in terms of the endeavor of bringing analyses to yourselves. With that in mind, all of you who have helped tonight, God bless you and keep you in good stead. Once again, 3 individuals in particular, Radionic Tech, Limited Liabilities Corporation, sent $100 via Dr. Thor, or Dr. Thor did so via Radionic Tech. Julian Ungurianu sent $38.38. from the United Kingdom, where the second most spoken language other than English is Romanian. And SAMMY Romero sent 25 United States dollars. God bless all of you men. I stand tall with all of you. And may the goddess keep you in good stead. With that, we'll be turning in for tonight, inviting everyone back on Wednesday. Same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel. Dietrich, of course, is the Teuto-Slavonic for dragon. Same Dithrak time or dragon time, same dragon channel. Everybody bring a friend and spread the word. Even more important, spread the word. With that, I'll try and find something that does justice to what's being planned by, well, the Judeo-American Empire in terms of their Board of Peace. Supposedly, something to rebuild the Gaza, but there's not a single mention of the Gaza itself within the contract. And to Trump, it is a contract. An entry into a form of power beyond America itself. All right, with that, we'll be back. To all who have supported myself, there be no words to do justice to my gratitude. Stay safe and be well. To all who are on our side, and with that, we return on Wednesday.